hello. Oh, hide controller. Hide controller. There we go. All right, cool. Awesome. Hello. Congrats on already getting the first. We're back. This time, we're taking a break from Silk Song. But only for today. And maybe not even for today. But yeah. Yeah, this is... Well, the game we're playing today is Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, The Case of the Mystified Murderess, which is the last game of the original release remaster set. And then they released one more in 2023, which I do have. I don't know if we'll get to it because I want to pace these out as much as I can because there's only a finite amount of them. After that, I have to go hunt down the Sega CD version, and then I have to find a Sega CD. So that's a whole other kettle of fish. But yeah, today is my 4th affiliate anniversary. It's been a wild sort of recent time. Otherwise, I would have tried to plan something a bit more. Is the game audio too loud? Because it's blaring. You know what? Just for now. There we go. Okay. Yeah. I almost didn't realize it was 4 years that I've been doing this, but yeah, I mean, I reached affiliate in like the end of 2020, and I would have started doing stuff, or like I really started getting into it around 2021. No, sorry, end of 2021 is when I got affiliate, and then 2022. Yeah. Why, hello. You're making food? What kind of food? Yeah, it's I was wondering the math there. Yeah. Because I'm like, wait a second. No, yeah. Rice, sausages, cucumber, and tofu and ooh, wow, nice. That sounds really good. I was late because I ended up going out this morning with my dad to help him pick up a new ladder. And then I ended up picking up Eggs Benedict on the way home. So I was eating that really quick as a very late brunch. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to take a moment just to sort of reminisce about the streaming stuff. Because I mean, it really kicked off when I was doing Cooking Simulator. Or was it a stepladder? It was the little giant branded ladder from Costco. Yeah, so I mean that's when it started really kicking off was the Cooking Simulator, which I haven't played in such a long time. But then again, I did also pick it up for VR. I think I did stream that. I must have. If I picked it up, I absolutely must have streamed it at some point. If I haven't, maybe I'll try to do that at some point soon. Yeah, it's kind of wild that after 4 years, I mean, the fact I've been doing this for 4 years and more or less consistently, and the scope of the games has been really interesting. Like I think I've kept almost every single stream I have over on YouTube. I don't know if all of them are publicly accessible just because I haven't had a chance to like release them and do that stuff, but like they're all there. But yeah, it's funny to see the choices of games that I've made. And honestly, I don't think I would have seen them anywhere else. And I'm glad that I was able to share that kind of those. I mean, Wheelman was a big one. Wheelman, which we're going to get to later on today for sure. That was definitely a big one I wanted to share with folks because that's you gotta experience it at least once, right? It's such an odd game. Yeah, Wheelman. Yeah, so I mean, FMV games like this, doing a lot of co-op games like Hollow Knight, I think was exclusively, I wouldn't have touched that game if it wasn't for streaming. And that again was the gateway game, the great uniter that's pretty much expanded, knowing Solotl, knowing Kells, and Fruity. I think we raided into Fruity from a Hollow Knight stream to a Hollow Knight stream. Yeah, the bonds we make with others broaden our world. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's I still plan on doing this. This is still strictly a hobby for me. I do have those. I didn't have them ready for today. This week's been like a whole mess. But I do plan on redoing some of the stream stuff. I do have a new logo I'm working on as well. Something simplified that I can actually use for other things as well. Yeah, a lot of stuff is just sort of simmering on the back burner, but it's not bubbling over, it's not burning, so it's I'm just taking my time with it. But I mean, one of the staples of the channel has been these weird old quirky games, one of them being the discovery of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, the FMV games, which are great. It's been a while since we've done this one, so I'm going to go through all these introductions, sleuthing tools. I realize that I can take notes on screen, but I can't hide it because it's the way that this plugin works is it just adds it on top of it no matter what. It's not something I can toggle, I don't think. So it's I don't know if we'll take notes on top of the stream or maybe I'll just have to take them offline. I was going to try and set up again. I'm not prepared for anything at all today. We're playing games that we're finding fun. That's about it. Anyway, let's reintroduce ourselves to the world of Sherlock Holmes, the Consulting Detective.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this publication to be of invaluable assistance in our investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, 2 groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
Is the audio off? I don't know if there's anything I could do about that, actually.
London.
Oh, that's just went back. Not lining up for me. It's not a thing. Oh, okay. That's weird. I wish I had a better way of, like, I don't have a one set up for my own audio syncing other than me talking and the head floating doing the thing. The light is also not indicating anything. That's just how I recorded the little animation, so that the blinking light is not the curtain's been revealed. The lighting is not dynamic. It's just an animation of the head floating and then an animation of it not lit up. The glitches was in the recording. Anyway, that's weird. I don't know. Okay, so the newspaper, it's like 1/4, 1/2 behind the lips. Oh. The only time I've seen or heard that happening is if, like, Bluetooth headphones. I don't know if that's what's happening here, but for me, like, whenever I use Bluetooth headphones for stuff, I only use it for music when it's connected to a PC. Not saying that's what's happening here, but that's the only time I've ever seen that kind of delay. The directory. Ah, yes, the directory. We have to go to the Society for the Blind again. I don't know why it's in every single game, and then it gives no information. The taunting. Oh, this was okay. Clue history. This was the other game. Sending detectives to a location. Oh yeah, so basically we get points. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because we have to deal with the judge. But better Bluetooth and refresh. Okay, sounds good. Clue points. Okay, so the achievements in the game. We're gonna play this game to 100% achievements, as we have done in the past. Basically, we're gonna solve it and then play it again, and then solve it the most streamlined way possible. Out the Oh, that's right. Oh, I think it's because I turned this down. Oh, that's right. What are the achievements for this one? The achievements are: started the mystery, found a key clue, found a couple key clues, found a key clue, found all the clues required to solve the mystery. You solved the case of the mystified Murderess, solved the mystery under 400 points. Well done. You solved the mystery under 120 points. You solved the mystery better than Holmes himself. I think that's under 120. I think you get both of them at the same time for some reason. But we'll have to just keep track of who to talk to and all that kind of stuff.
Mr. Henry Ellis is the foreign news editor for the London Times. He is a great reservoir of information of what's happening on the continent. He also has an interest in crime news. Ellis is always happy to help when he can, but you must be careful of what you tell him, or you might find what you've confided to him in the next day's Times. This is a records office housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills and testaments. Quentin Hogg is a crime reporter for the Police Gazette. He is an ex-police inspector who found the environment of Scotland Yard less than stimulating. He has a strong deductive mind and is a very good resource.
Porky Shinwell.
Porky is not a pillar of society, I dare say, but he is a man who has learned from his mistakes and is trying to start a new life. Although he is no longer in prison, he is still behind bars, or shall I say, a bar.
Jolly good one, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Well, the bar in question is the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky is the proprietor. He has been of great help to us in the past, and I expect he will continue to be in the future.
Solotto, hello, thank you.
Ah, Scotland Yard. If the Yard knew how to examine evidence with any skill, there would be no need for our services. Inspector Lestrade is the pick of a bad lot. But it is true they may be a source of valuable information. After all, the professional police have methods for gathering facts that are not open to us.
I don't know why I'm reminded of this. I was trying to look up more information about this game and this game series, especially like the main actor, Peter Farley. And whenever I looked up, it was always reverting back to, like, did you mean Chris Farley? And some other Peter Farley who does not fit the the time of when this game was made and stuff, but there was a comment someone made about this game series. It was like, yes, this is the Sherlock Holmes if he did crosswords instead of cocaine. Which I thought was like accurate, very accurate.
Edward Hall is a young barrister whom you will find on most days at the Old Bailey. He's a cut above the other unimaginative members of his profession.
Holmes, don't you think you should explain to them the difference between a barrister and a solicitor?
Yes, of course, Watson. A solicitor handles the routine legal business of our society. If you do not have to go before a court, you will have no need for a barrister. If you must go before a court, then your solicitor would engage the services of a barrister.
Barely, yeah. Exactly. Like it doesn't exist. And what's really weird is in IMDb it has Peter Farrelly listed as Sherlock Holmes for 3 of these games, and then Mugen, Mugen, that open source fighting arcade fighting software platform thing, which leads me to think, did someone put Sherlock Holmes in as a fighter in that game? And do I have to find out how to play that? Mugen, yeah. That's it. So we may have to find that out.
Head clerk Disraeli O'Brien is your contact in the Office of Records. The Office of Records contains legal records, both criminal and civil, as well as state papers. I think you'll find O'Brien to be a walking, or should I say sitting encyclopedia of the office's affairs.
Make your own character? Yeah. I would absolutely love to see if someone actually... Because why would he be credited in that? Kelzaba, hello! You'll have made wrong characters that crash the game. Oh, God.
Now, here is a person who usually gets in the last word. Langdale Pike is a human reference work on social scandal, especially on the London scene. He contributes bits of gossip to the garbage papers that cater to an inquisitive public. If I can't find something in my own files, I go and examine the overflowing shelves of the great London Library. It is a wealth of information. This gentleman is the head chemist at Scotland Yard Criminology Laboratory. It is rumored that Murray lives in the lab. He is eternally bent over one of his tables trying to extract the history of a crime from the physical evidence he's been given.
I would just love to see someone recreate this Sherlock Holmes, but doing the combat moves from the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movie. Just clapping the ears, the discombobulate, puff. Just over and over again. It's the only move. It's the only move he has. I think there was also like a supercut of doing that, like someone recut that whole fight scene, but just doing that one ear clap over and over and over and over and over again. I have to find it. I'll post it over on the Discord. Hold on. Scene. Oh, just meme. There it is. Is this it? No, I'll find it after because I don't want the audio to come through on the stream. But it's definitely something easy to find.
Sir Jasper is the chief medical examiner for St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from any corpse whose cause of death is in question.
Okay, so these are just random people that we know that we will run into at some point. All right, then. Let's get into it. Within the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Dr. John Watson recounts the daily news for Holmes as the great detective listens, hoping the Times contains a case worthy of his sleuthing skills.
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th. On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says. As in the other cases, No sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I believe you'll find him in the study.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke. How can we be of service?
3 days ago, Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan. Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. It seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand.
That would do it.
But you don't understand. Frances is totally incapable of murder, not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers, a ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
Elizabeth, thank you for the gift sub. Wyra, enjoy the emotes. Also, what the hell? Okay, I gotta rewatch this because I lost track of what was going on. There was so much information thrown out. It feels like there was a lot of information. It's hard to discern because of like the acting is so stiff and cardboard. Also, wasn't it? What was the quote? Something there. Wasn't it one of their little offspring, something or other? It's like, what kind of, what? Oh my God. Okay.
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries.
Burglaries.
6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th. On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says. As in the other cases, no sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I believe you'll find him in the study.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke. How can we be of service?
3 days ago, Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan. Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. It seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand.
That would do it.
But you don't understand. Frances is totally incapable of murder, not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers, a ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
Oh, it can't be him if he plays cricket. What the hell? Yeah, I love how just the script, the acting is everything I love about these games, and it's just, but he can't be him. Yeah, he plays cricket. But also, Watson, he's a bit of a jackass, you know, just don't forget that.
Society burglar strikes.
Oh, I did that already. So, based on how I'm going to try and not metagame this as much. I mean, I guess it's not really metagaming. Metagaming is if I knew concepts of the game and what they would allude to. I'm assuming the burglaries are absolutely related to this murder, because there's no reason why they would add that information in without it being relevant. First of all, we have to check in with our favorite place. Oh, it's S for societies? No. Where is it? Not newspapers. Oh, I see newspapers, and then it's a sub. Okay. Indigent Blind Society. The lads were sent to the society with a pence each and a few words of encouragement from Dr. Watson. Looked inside, couldn't see a thing. God damn it. All right. So let's take a look at our notebook right now. Okay, so let's take a look at the newspaper. We'll start at the oldest and go forward. Births. 22nd of June. Algham Commons, Hillcrest. Lord and Lady Rasmussen of twins. What? Lord and Lady Rasmussen of twins. Rupert L. and Russell M. I don't know how to read that. That's complete. I've gotten a response other than they couldn't see a thing from the indigent. Never, and that's why I always go there first, because I'm always expecting it. 24th of June. French country Roscommon Lady Defrain of a son. Okay. Sheerness, 27th. At Sheerness Dockyard, the wife of Captain A.C. Curtis Duncan of a son. Okay, marriages. 22nd of June. Oh yeah, this is a lot of reading. That's what this was. Wow, this is a lot more. Okay. Should we skim or should we read every single line? I'm okay with both. It's just if we want to, it's up to you fine folks. 22nd of June, Albany, Australia by special license, Frederick John Ingleby, younger son James Ingleby, of Putney, late Richmond, okay, to Annie Mae Wilcoxon Barnes by cablegram, okay. 24th of June. I think really names are just what we kind of have to see and sort of put into our temporary storage. I'm not going to write any of this stuff down because it's skim the announcements, but more of the crimes. Okay. Deaths. Mr. Corbett. King of Sweden and Norway. That's for the child of. Okay. Marsgrave. Funerals. Personals. Caitlin Ann. Schooling, journey to university. £8 reward, lost on June 10th. A necklace, ornate family heirloom with portrait in center circled by gems. Whoever will take the same 22 Holloway Street shall receive a reward. Henry Murgatroyd. Ooh, Murgatroyd, that's a good name. Please send along monies and forwarding address to G. Crim's family. Carpets, carpets, carpets! For the finest and richest display, call it at Dinwoodie's. Yeah. Lee, London, Judd are selling out. Large selection. I know this is not the announcement you're looking for. Millinery. Handsomest ladies of London drink Dunder tea because it removes blemishes from the skin and purifying the blood and regulating the system. Burglary cease. Okay, so the burglaries have stopped. After a series of high-profile burglaries perpetrated on some of London's oldest entitled families, Scotland Yard has announced that the increased police presence in the city's best neighborhoods has brought an end to the reign of so-called society burglar. Speculation is rampant as to the identity of the suspected thief. One theory has the thief of foreign descent, well placed in diplomat's office, but with no criminal in custody and no evidence, nothing is known. Wait a second, didn't someone of Mr. Corbett of Her Britannic Majesty Envoy Extraordinaire and Minister Plenipotentiary, His Majesty of King... Was it July 2nd? Yeah, so this is an older newspaper. So it goes from the 26th, 28th, and then, yeah, there's 4 of them. 3rd and the 4th. So I'm just going oldest to newest so we can see events unfold in quote-unquote real time. Okay. We have received the following telegrams through Router's agency. Fatal fire in New York on June 19th. Fire broke out today in an apartment on the upper floor house of the city. Believing all other means of escape to be cut off, the occupants of the room were jumped to the window street below. One of them was killed, and the other 7 others were injured in the fall. Cholera in Rome. Okay. Noon. Oh, these are just cholera cases. Okay. Trieste. Okay. Italy and Zanzibar. Later explanations of the difference between Italy and Zanzibar now show that the Sultan has refused to ratify the secession of islands Kismaine and Sala. Okay. Okay, so that's Ottawa. It stated official circles that no action be taken by present by either Dominion or British governments in regard to protecting British sealing vessels in the Bering Sea. Question. Okay, so that's the right of the United States to exclusive jurisdiction. Okay, that doesn't seem that important. So the robberies are definitely, they got to be a part of this. Burglaries. Here we go. To the editor of the Times, sir, the press and the public generally should force our timid, halting officials to take an energetic action against certain forms of crime. May I suggest that 1. Any person committing a burglary or robbery from the person accompanied by the violence or brutally be flogged. Any burglar or thief of having upon him a revolver or other distinctly murderous weapon be flogged. The police force increased, especially mounted patrols in certain localities. Certain constables be armed with revolvers. Police generally have a freer hand in dealing with crimes of robbery or violence. More activity among the members of police force be insisted upon by the chief commissioner. Public should be officially informed as to the legality or otherwise of using firearms in defense of their lives and property. Experience shows, however, the futility of expecting the authorities to ever take on the lead in these matters and never do anything until forced. You're faithfully one of the public. Huh. All right. Working Men's Vigilance Committee. Seen the rough and dangerous areas washed clean of vermin and ilk that threaten to turn our streets into chaos. Philip Edelton. Okay, so this is like a vigilante neighborhood watch group. Yesterday's paper mistakenly reported Rose Zarin had died. She's alive and well. Our apologies. Okay. On passage to Canada. Barcelona, Toronto. Morium. Ugur Zelik. Maximilian Ogrzalek. That's a hell of a name. Jennifer Willingford growing weaker. Okay. Little Egypt makes a hit. Last night at the Tivoli, that was the scene of the novel divertisement. Of a novel divertisement. Little Egypt, that agile and beautiful exponent of the graceful centrist oriental dance to venture. Oh my god. Entertain all presents. Their low-sudden swaying body. A nimble-fingered pianist who was up in profane music sounded the opening chords of a wicked dance, and with writhing and twisting body, Little Egypt spit. Oh, it's a person. Stepped out on the measure. All men looked on with open-mouthed astonishment. Okay, this is just more of the same. Killed by lightning, William Breeze. Age 15 laborer was struck by lightning, instantly killed. Spalding. Wow. Oldenburg jewel stolen. Okay, more another burglary. This is June 30th. So they had stopped and now they started up again. The jewels of the Duchess Oldenburg were stolen from Residence Scholz late yesterday afternoon. Sentries guarding the jewels left their posts when smoke began billowing from the small room adjacent to that in which the treasure was kept. The fire had apparently been caused by a smoke bomb used by this thief. The police admit a few other clues, but have closed the borders at the first precautionary step. They've also detained several internationally suspected criminals, including Helmut Schnitzler and Thomas O'Neill, but no evidence to hold them. Third body found. Body of Robert Pryor, one of the three unfortunate men who met their deaths in a severe storm that raged off the channel at Dover. Okay, so this is bodies of the other two men. Manor Tully and Reginald Surgood III. Port of London clash. Series of demonstrations of loitering and thuggery were clamped down by the police at Port of London docks this Monday. No serious injuries were reported. Of contention, there were conditions, hours, wages, and safety. Police. James Wilder, 20, was charged with assaulting constables. Okay. While in the execution of their duty, Priscilla Fontaine was charged with attempting to rescue him from custody. Huh. All right. Personal. R. Ransfield. Wait, did we see one here already? Oh, maybe not. Lions murdered in High Park. I feel like we've seen this before. I feel like this headline has existed in these games. Maybe it was based on a real event that happened. Lion shot dead. Okay. Glasgow pig iron warrants market closed an all-time high. Prices reaching 55. So I'm like tired. That's not anything. Home rule question. Oh. Statement at the council has been held at the Vatican Irish Affairs. Is not credited in well-informed quarters here. Okay, more Ottawa stuff. The British government has requested Dominion government to take no action until settlements arrive regarding the ceiling claim. Okay, so that's still more of the same thing. Egypt, Sir Evelyn Baring will proceed to England via Marseille on the 16th. During his absence, Mr. Portal will be in charge of the British Diplomatic Agency. Okay, Mr. Portal. Editor of Times. Sir, surely it takes some time that some effectual steps should be taken to curb the ambition of our burglars, be they society or not, if necessary, by legislation. Prevention is better than a cure, and I agree that those who think that a fox terrier in the house is the best means of giving the alarum. But something more than a dog is required. I would suggest the cat, besides the penal servitude in all cases of burglary, Whether the burglars succeed in carrying away anything or not, the cat, in a sense which I refer to, has been most successful as a deterrent in the case of personal robbery with a violence and other crimes. Why should it not be at once applied to our burglars whose calling necessarily involves personal violence? People want flogging. People want flogging to happen. I think that's what it is. Society burglar takes climbs to 14,000 pounds. Okay. That elusive and so far successful burglar, commonly known as a society burglar, has gotten away with jewels valued at 14,000 pounds by the 7 victims to date. Speculation continues as the identity of the burglar, who seems to be acquainted with the various and sometimes ingenious hiding places of his victims' jewels. The other striking aspects of the modus operandi are the taking of only one select piece at each time. The occurrence of all thefts is when the victims are not at home. We have provided for the interest of our readers a list of the various jewels stolen and their values. Our baker had a 500-pound diamond stick pin stolen. Hardage, emerald bracelet, 1,500 pounds. Richmond, diamond bracelet, 2,000 pounds. B. Lewin, ruby earrings, 1,000 pounds. Dareth, I don't know why I said it like that. Diamond necklace, 3,000 pounds. Judd, diamond pendant, 1,000 pounds. Leeds, diamond tiara, 5,000 pounds. Accident on the docks. Barry O'Neill, lion tamer for Roy Slade's Wild African Extravaganza, was injured yesterday at the show as the show was being unloaded at London docks. It's unfortunate that the spectacle, which will be at the Hengler's Circus for 3 weeks, will be opening tonight without one of its top-billed acts. Mr. Slade assured us, however, that the show will be buzzing with excitement, as always. Lerton Press, new books. Shakespeare. And just pick up name. R.G. Moulton. Hospitals. The Royal Albert Asylum, Lancaster. For the care, education, and training of idiots, imbeciles, and weak-minded children and young persons of the northern counties. Yeah. Establish financial provision from the public subscription. Voluntary commitment supporting the Lunacy Act requires inquiries to Dr. R.A. Kimley. Hotels. Parliament Square. Okay. Jack the Ripper. Whitechapel visit again by Jack the Ripper. I don't know why I said it like that. Murder committed last night in the district harkens back to Jack the Ripper. A working man passed through Backchurch Lane, in the extreme south end of Whitechapel, came upon a body of a woman murdered and mutilated in a most horrible fashion. The head was severed completely from the body and lay a little apart. Both arms had been amputated with the skill of a surgeon. One lay under the trunk. The other was a little apart from the body. In similar cases in which the assassin was not disturbed at his work, the cruel knife had been thrust into the body of the victim at the wrist and ripped along the median line towards the abdomen. Okay. Does Jack still live and the gruesome still work? Unfortunately, the slums are in a state of terror once again. Hello, Skype. There is no horse in this. If there is a horse in this newspaper, I'll get you a horse. Somehow. Personals, and he cast down the piece of silver and he went, okay. Lost largest St. Bernard near Prince of Wales, Harrow Road. Had new collar and muzzle, colored with the dark head and shoulders. Large reward when brought to Pall Mall Club, Waterloo Place. Entertainments. Milo de Meyer, the celebrated magnetist at Prince Hall's Piccadilly, will produce his new wonderful experiments of new mesmerisms and is prepared to magnetize a lady or gentleman from the audience. Oh, it's got magnetized. Chance cubes are gone. They are gone. Royal Italian Circus. Japanese Village. What? The only one in the kingdom, patronized by the royalty and thousands of people from all parts. The coolest and best ventilated of amusement in London and fashionable summer resort. A miniature Japanese town. Japanese village. Wait, there's 2 listings. New and astounding entertainments, humorous and other sketches by leading artists from Japan. Daily 12,358. Charge to see is all one. Okay. Sporting secondhand guns. Okay. Mountain climbing equipment. Oh, cricket. Oh, okay. Society burglar still at large. Yeah, this is a huge thing. Friggin' Watson bearing the lead. Oh yeah, someone was accused of, by the, like, it's like all these burglaries are happening. By the way, this random person who just shown into the house without even it like announcing, just like, oh, he's right in there. Go ahead. I'm almost definitely sure that's Mrs. Watson just saying, yeah, he's in there. Sherlock could be sleeping. He could be not awake. How the hell does she know? I guess in this context, she is like the housekeeper, so she would know. Never mind. Society burglars still at large after a month of jewelry burglaries from some of London's most fashionable homes. Scotland Yard reports little progress in the identification and apprehension of so-called society burglar. The victim of the latest theft, Lady Leeds, has become so overwrought with the invasion of her bedroom by this unknown man and by the loss of her prized diamond tiara that she has been hospitalized at the suggestion of her physician. Though any impetus to attack the increasing problem of crime should be welcomed, it is unfortunate that the impetus comes more strongly when the class of victim is expanded. Part of me thinks this is just like, if these are insured items, this is just a upper society circle creating the idea of the society burglar and just hiding or selling one of these things each and then claiming the insurance money. That's part of where I'm thinking this is going with it. To reform the House of Lords, Lord Salisbury, okay, not important. Latest intelligence from our correspondents, France and Italy, Washington, America, Venezuelan treaty ratified, publications of future mechanics, published by Rupert Matheson. Worthington, okay. Life is like a beanstalk. New field of existentialism, materialistic Western society. Okay. So the burglaries are a thing, huh? Let's go talk to who got the thing stolen at Lady Leeds. It's somewhere to start. Actually, no. The one place to start would probably be let's talk to Inspector Lestrade. God damn it. While not relishing the thought of interacting with the condescending Lestrade, Holmes and Watson visit Scotland Yard anyway, hoping to claim the man has done his due diligence in this case and can offer insight.
Why even trouble yourself with this one, Holmes?
You believe Francis Nolan to be guilty?
Guilty as a cat would swallow a canary.
And on what do you base that brilliant deduction?
Look, Frances Nolan claims not to have known that Clarendon was residing at Halliday's. Yet she proceeded directly to his room where she shot the bloke. She claims not to have owned a gun. Yet the gun found in her hand was purchased at Esgoff and the receipt had her name on it, for Christ's sake. No, that little lady will never see the light of day again.
Okay. So she owned a gun. She claimed not to own a gun, but but the gun was bought in her name, I guess. And she knew where the guy was staying at Halliday's. Okay. I forget who these other people are. Edward Hall, I remember being something. You know what? Hold on. I think I might still have my old notes here. No, I don't know where. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe. Well, maybe this is it. Nope. This is not it. Okay. I have like all these papers everywhere. I don't know. Okay, this feels like this stuff. Oh no, this is lingo notes. What the hell? I was looking for these. I should specify these are old lingo notes, not my new current ones. Okay. All right. Lingo bingo. That would be an interesting. I just thought of that now. That would be an interesting live lingo game where you have an actual sort of like a riddle master, like a game master going, like running the game side by side and giving you clues to block solutions rather than having to find it within the game context clues, like just adding like a human element to that. That might be neat. All right, we'll talk to everyone. We're going to figure out, we're going to narrow down the quickest route to get the achievements later on. So let's just talk with Ellis. Watson hails a carriage and he and Holmes proceed to the offices of London Times. Surely Ellis, as the editor of the Times, would have some interesting news regarding the case.
Well, Watson, will Ellis see us now?
Not likely, Holmes. He's on assignment in Istanbul.
Damn it. Okay. Edward Hall was a barrister? Oh, found a key clue.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. She's being held downstairs, you know.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each other.
There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
Thank you.
Miss Nolan, what is the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's?
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Well, every night before I retire, my maid, Grace, brings me a cup of hot cocoa.
How nice.
Yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister, Loretta, is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine, in March. My sister, Loretta, was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park, with no recollection of how I got there. The last thing I remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Oh, Jerry. He's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy.
Okay, that was a lot of information. So she has had 2 memory lapses in the past. One was after meeting with her sister. The other was meeting with her solicitor. And they were in love. Okay. We'll watch it one more time. I'm trying to take notes. All I have right now is written as Hall as a key thing that we'll have to figure out later. For when we replay it. Not replay it. When we go for the low score.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. She's being held downstairs, you know.
I should. Just for the sake of it.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each other.
There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
Thank you.
Miss Nolan, what is the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's?
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Well, every night before I retire, my maid, Grace, brings me a cup of hot cocoa.
How nice.
Yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister, Loretta, is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine, in March. My sister, Loretta, was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park, with no recollection of how I got there. The last thing I remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Oh, Jerry. He's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy.
Okay. My notes. Dr. T left at 10. Grace is sus. June 5th is when he confesses love. Loretta lunch to horse, but scared. Davenport to station. Dr. Mason And then Jerry Jack. All right. By the way, I'm just deleting these things as we're going. Oop, that's. Go. All right. So let's go find. Well, what if we go to Guy Clarendon to the scene of the crime? Despite the hour. Pen, ink, Guy. Then this is key. Despite the hour, the pair realized they would be remiss not to visit the home of Guy Clarendon in search of information.
I question why we have come to this location. If clues are what we are seeking, then we are in the wrong place altogether.
But I got an achievement for it! It literally said on the right track! Okay, what if I send the irregulars? Watson turns to the boys and asks the young irregulars to see what they can uncover, if anything, at Guy's residence. Some lady barely opened the door for us. She said she said she had nothing to say, and if we wanted to know anything, we should see Guy's father. Oh, okay. Sir Francis Clarendon. Let's go. Hey, okay. Let me write this down. Clarendon. Hoping to gain some insight from the bereaving father, Holmes and Watson hail a hansom cab and over to Clarendon's estate.
This is a difficult thing for a man to say about his only son, but Guy was a wastrel and a ne'er-do-well. Only a short month or so ago, I gave him £5,000 and told him that was the last he'd see of my money. I'd hoped the shock would bring the boy around, make him realize he had to settle down, instead of wasting his life on gambling and gallivanting around with that wild woman.
Which wild woman was that?
Loretta Nolan, of course.
You mentioned gambling, Sir Francis. Have you any idea with whom he gambled or who might have wanted to kill him?
I wish I did. He told us nothing. He only came around when he needed money. And when I told him there'd be no more, we never saw him. Just about broke his mother's heart. There, Gertie. We still have one another.
I've something you ought to know about Master Guy. One morning, rather early, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I heard a terrible clatter downstairs. So I
thought
came
that was
down.
Peter Stormare for a second.
It was Master Guy just coming home. He was in a terrible state, all battered and bruised, with a fresh cut on his forehead. I asked him who did it to him, and he wouldn't say. I think he was afraid for his life.
Unfortunately, I spoke over when he was, what day he came back.
This is a difficult thing for a man to say about his only son. But Guy was a wastrel and a ne'er-do-well. Only a short month or so ago, I gave him £5,000 and told him that was the last he'd see of my money. I'd hoped the shock would bring the boy around, make him realize he had to settle down, instead of wasting his life on gambling and gallivanting around with that wild woman.
Which wild woman was that?
Loretta Nolan, of course.
You mentioned gambling, Sir Francis. Have you any idea with whom he gambled or who might have wanted to kill him?
I wish I did. He told us nothing. He only came around when he needed money. And when I told him there'd be no more, we never saw him. Just about broke his mother's heart. There, Gertie. We still have one another.
I've something you ought to know about Master Guy. One morning, rather early, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I heard a terrible clatter downstairs, so I came down to investigate. It was Master Guy just coming home. He was in a terrible state, all battered and bruised, with a fresh cut on his forehead. I asked him who did it to him, and he wouldn't say. I think he was afraid for his life.
Okay. So I'm starting to think that Guy Clarendon is the society burglar. I mean, it makes a little sense. He's been cut off from money. But his father said he was going around seeing Loretta. Loretta's the sister. So maybe we should go visit Loretta. Loretta Norris Nolan. Feeling that Loretta Nolan may have some insight into her sister's predicament, the two detectives head out the door onto Baker Street in search of a hansom cab.
Enter and be recognized. Oh, you don't wish to play Her Majesty, eh? Very well.
You do not seem particularly disturbed by the recent turn of events, Miss Nolan.
Each of us grieves in his own way, Mr. Holmes.
It must be difficult for you to face the possibility that your own sister may have killed your dearest chum.
Guy was fun to be with. And as for Frances, I love her dearly, but, well, it's funny to think Miss Right and Proper has finally gotten herself into a bit of a jam.
Miss Nolan, may I ask, when was the last time you saw Guy Clarendon?
Let me think. I believe it was the Richmond's party last Thursday. Yes, I'm sure of it. God, we did cut it up a bit there.
And after the party?
We did not go home together, if that's what you're implying. That would have broken Frances's heart. She was head over heels for Guy, you know. She had some foolish notion that he was going to marry her. Not that someone like him ever would. But I do recall her saying, and it might have been the night of his death, that she was going to have a talk with him about their future.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. Did I mix up the sisters of what everyone was saying? No, it's apparently there's a, I don't know. Marley Creek Inn. Richmond. So this is the party. Let's go check it out. The ride to Richmond's home was uneventful except for the part where Watson fell asleep and seemed in dire need of a drool cup.
At first, I thought it must have been one of the servants. After all, there was no sign of a search, and nothing else was disturbed.
Did you question them?
Thoroughly, but none of them would admit a thing. It really wasn't until Hardinge and Bessie Durth were robbed, and the newspapers referred to us as victims of the society burglar, that I was certain it wasn't any of my staff. By the way, can you recommend a good housekeeper and valet?
Okay, so he was robbed. That's right, because it was in the newspaper. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Lois Richmond is a self-made millionaire. His entire fortune comes from his railroad company holdings. He's retired and these days spends most of his time playing cribbage and throwing lavish parties. All the accents, it seems, are like, yeah. Where was the third? Yeah. Exaggerate. Yeah, no, yeah. Esgoff. This is where the gun was purchased. Oh. Yes. Go off. Knowing there are surprisingly few gun shops in the city and that this might figure into the instance of or guilt of Miss Nolan, the men take a stroll through the darkened streets to Esgoff's.
Do you remember a woman who came in recently and purchased a Derringer?
Oh, matter of fact, I do, sir. We don't get women in here very often, especially not alone. And I particularly remember that one because she was so pretty and, she looked like she really knew how to have a good time, if you'll pardon the expression.
Do you remember her name?
I should say I do. She repeated it twice whilst I was filling out the order form. Seems like it was very important to her that I get her name right. Let me see, it was, Frances, no, Les, well, it was Frances something or other, sir.
Okay, so the sister is, okay. I know that at the very beginning, the Sherlock was just like, don't create, like, base things off of data, don't create theories and force the data to fit into it. But I mean, this is looking like the sister framed the other sister because maybe Guy was actually going to marry Frances. So Loretta was like, you know what? I'm going to make sure that they can never be together. And then using the memory issue. You know what? Let's go check in with Davenport. On the way to Davenport's residence, two ride through the streets of London, an animated debate regarding burglaries and cricket players.
So, sorry to have kept you waiting, gentlemen. I assume you are inquiring about the Nolan girls.
Yes, we are. How long have you been their solicitor, Mr. Davenport?
Actually, in practice, I am serving that function only for Frances. Loretta has not sought a word of my advice since she came of age and was able legally to get her hands on her trust fund. Had Loretta the presence of mind to follow my good counsel, I'm certain she would be in a far better financial situation today.
Do you recall a meeting with Miss Frances last month when she blacked out?
Well, I did have a very odd meeting with both Miss Frances and Miss Loretta several weeks ago.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't say she blacked out as such, but she did leave rather unexpectedly. We were in the middle of our discussion when I was called out of the office. I was gone not more than 20 minutes. When I returned, Miss Frances had a very strange look in her eyes. She mumbled something and promptly left. Miss Loretta laughed that very disturbing laugh of hers and departed as well.
We gotta go find the magnetist. What was his name? She's been hypnotized. Damn it. Milo de Mare. Okay. Was that the Piccadilly something or other? Bruce Pinkerton? No. Scotland Yard. Oh, this is the doctor that she has dinner with every Sunday who's taking care of Loretta. Wait, what? Hold on. Let's go. Dr. Trevelyan. On the way to Dr. Trevelyan's home, Holmes shares his thoughts with the good doctor on the case thus far. Watson nearly nods off.
Doctor, we understand that you dined with Frances Nolan on the evening of
I'm sorry. Why are they talking in a broom closet? Why are they, like, within 2 feet of each other?
July 1st.
Yes, that is correct. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some 10 years. First at the Mesmer Braid Institute and then in private practice.
Without breaching physician-patient protocol, would you mind telling us the nature of her illness?
She never quite recovered from the overwhelming trauma of watching her parents being blown to bits.
I quite understand.
As is often the case with young orphans, they tend to create fantasies about their parents. Miss Loretta Nolan truly believes that her father was the King of England, making her a princess.
Do you think her unconventional behavior stems from that fantasy?
Absolutely. As a princess, she believes she can do no wrong. I must say that she's worlds apart from her sister Frances.
Do you know Frances Nolan well?
Yes, rather. Through my treatment of her sister, I've known her for years. Let me say that it is difficult to believe that Miss Frances is capable of murder. She has a quiet, unassuming personality. An act of such direct confrontation would not be at all in keeping with her character.
Were Loretta and Frances close?
I know without a doubt that Miss Frances loves and cares for her sister almost as a parent would a child. Miss Loretta, well, she loves her sister as much as she is capable of love.
Well, then. I'm trying to find where that magnetist is. I don't know if it's like listed as like underneath something else here. Voodoo Phila? Oh wait, hold on. Oh no. Ye old Cheshire cheese. Okay, let's take a look at the here. Pipe in hand and tea before him. Holmes sits this one out as Watson heads via carriage to the Institute.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came to this location.
We've seen both sisters. Yes, we have. One was the one in jail. The other one was the one with like the outdoor birds inside with the green flowing dress and the tiara and that kind of stuff. Hotels. I mean, we can go check out the crime scene, I guess. This private hotel pays such important part to the murder of Clarendon. Watson insists that they pay Halliday a visit. To Watson's surprise, Holmes agrees.
Clarendon, poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to suite 205.
To your knowledge, did he have any visitors?
Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow. He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep. I've no idea who she was.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the 2nd floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she'd done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
May we see his room? What have we here, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
Oh.
Look here, Holmes. It appears that the maid missed a spot in her sweeping.
Good thing she did, Watson. You're staring at evidence.
Blood.
I don't know why it's so funny.
What's this stain here?
Smells like a fine sherry. Looks like someone's been celebrating.
The question is, was it with the body or over it?
Nothing much here. Couple of shirts and 3 pair of shoes.
But what you failed to notice, my dear Watson, is that one of the pairs of shoes is canvas and has been dyed black. Interesting. A sweater and trousers. An ensemble in black.
Not much of a view. All I can see is a brick wall of the building across the alley.
Ivy vines binding up a trellis.
Okay, so they're pretty much. It was him. I wanted to take a look at that bank statement again. I'm pretty sure those numbers line up with the amount that was stolen.
Clarendon, poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May.
Okay, so clicking pause is it? Okay. Damn it.
Clarendon, poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to Suite 205.
To your knowledge, did he have any visitors?
Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow. He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep. I've no idea who she was.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the 2nd floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she'd done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
May we see his room?
I wish I could add this as a transition on the stream.
What have we here, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
Okay, I don't want to take a screenshot. Let's see, let's do... Nope. Do here. Thousand. Oops. 100. 1,000. I'd probably write the dates next to this. Uh, 30th. Night. Oh no, June 16th, June. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that these numbers do line up. Is oh no, I had it right. Right. 30th June 12th June 18th. Oh, 16 18. I just wrote it down in the wrong order. First. Damn it. That's fine. June 2nd. $500. Some of these line up. Looks like some of these were split. 5,000. Oh, no, that's June. I wrote things down wrong, but I think the numbers do match up a little bit. A little bit. They're connected for sure. We go to the last robbery location. Suspecting a connection, Holmes suggests Watson visit the home of Sir Sanford. Quick carriage ride later, and Watson's knock at the man's door.
The tiara was a terribly valuable piece of jewelry, and it meant so much to my wife. She has been under a doctor's care since the theft. In fact, just yesterday she took a room at the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is she prone to bouts of nervousness?
Perhaps lately it seems so. She was absolutely undone when young Clarendon poured champagne down the borders of her gown at Richmond's party. Come to think of it, that was the last time she wore her tiara. She was so proud of it.
Isn't this the lawyer?
And several of the ladies at that party admired it openly.
Where did Lady Leeds keep the tiara when she wasn't wearing it?
In the bottom drawer of her bureau, where she kept some of her more frilly undergarments.
Were there any signs of a search? Drawers left open, that sort of thing?
No, and that's what strikes me as so peculiar. It's as if the burglar knew right where to look.
Huh, okay. We could check with their doctor. Melo de Mer, yes. Anxious to discover the connection between the science of mesmerism and the current case, the pair headed off. Watson nearly 3 paces ahead of the great detective.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
That was not any of the right audio that lined up the subtitles. Okay, what if we sent the irregulars? Usually cheery Cyril glumly takes his half penny, and heads towards the de Mer's residence. Thought I saw something, but it's strange. It is. Can't remember a thing. God damn it. Okay. We've met with Sir Francis Clarendon. We've gone to Halliday's. Went to Esgoff. Dr. Mason. Feeling that they're on the right trail, pair head off to Dr. Mason, hopes of some medical mysteries of this case that could be solved.
Tell us, Dr. Mason, have you determined the cause of Francis Nolan's blackouts?
It's the strangest thing, really. I examined her thoroughly and found nothing physically wrong. She could not recall receiving a bump in the head, nor did she complain of dizziness. All I could suggest that was perhaps she was overtired and prescribed rest. It remains a complete mystery to me.
All right, well, that wasn't helpful. Sir Jasper Meek was in the newspaper. For what reason? I don't think it's important after all. Wait, there was the guy who was injured with the I want to go to the Japanese village. I want to know what that's about. It seems cool there. Barry O'Neill, accident at the docks. I'm wondering if that was the guy who met with Guy. Bailey's Hotel. O'Neill. Nope, not even an option. Okay. Cornelius Old Wine. That was one of the parties that they went to. Though it's growing late, Holmes agreed to visit Old Wine since it appears that he may have a connection to Guy Clarendon.
Poor old Guy. He could be such fun. I'll never forget what a jolly good time we had the night he climbed the fountain at my country estate.
How acrobatic.
You don't know the half of it. It all started with Loretta. It seemed those things always did. Anyway, someone dared her to jump into the fountain. It being March and quite chilly, no one actually thought she would. She did them on better. She jumped straight in and swam to the center, where I have this absolutely dreadful sculpture with a lot of fat water nymphs. It rises some 20 or 30 feet in the air. She climbed it, though. The woman must be part monkey. Then she dove in. After that, it seemed to be the thing to do, so everybody took the plunge. Guy was the only other one who actually climbed to the top of the fountain, though. By the end of the weekend, half my guests came down with sneezes. Loretta caught pneumonia.
Okay. Let me replay that again really quick.
Poor old Guy. He could be such fun. I'll never forget what a jolly good time we had the night he climbed the fountain at my country estate.
How acrobatic.
You don't know the half of it. It all started with Loretta. It seemed those things always did. Anyway, someone dared her to jump into the fountain. It being March and quite chilly, no one actually thought she would. She did them on better. She jumped straight in and swam to the center, where I have this absolutely dreadful sculpture with a lot of fat water nymphs. It rises some 20 or 30 feet in the air. She climbed it, though. The woman must be part monkey. Then she dove in. After that, it seemed to be the thing to do, so everybody took the plunge. Guy was the only other one who actually climbed to the top of the fountain, though.
Okay, so
By
we're
the end of the
establishing
weekend,
he's a
half my guests came
climber.
down with sneezes.
But
I
also
read
that
about
she can
pneumonia.
climb as well. See what the regulars have to say. Oh, Sir Jasper Meek. That's why he's one of the regular. That's why I recognize the name. Let's go check in with Porky. Oh, key clue. Quick carriage ride takes Holmes to the pub before stepping inside. The consulting detective pats his pockets, ensuring his pocketbook is in the proper place.
Sure, I remember Clarendon. He and his lady friend used to stop in here from time to time, usually on their way to Kilgore's gaming parlor or coming back from it. Rumor has it, Clarendon was into Kilgore for a sizable sum.
Do you happen to know how much?
£7,000 was the figure I heard. Got to the point Kilgore wouldn't allow him in the door. Clarendon made a big fuss till Gus Bullock stepped in. Clarendon backed down pretty quick. Don't blame him none. Nobody in their right mind would want to mess with the likes of Gus.
Do you think Bullock was involved in the murder?
Nothing you could tell me about that bloke would surprise me. Anyways, Kilgore makes it clear to Clarendon that he wants his money. Then, a month or so later, Clarendon comes in all smiles, and he and Kilgore getting on like chums. Figure Clarendon must have paid him back. Then, Calvin Leach steps into the picture.
Now, who's Calvin Leach?
Leach deals in what you might call stolen property. Square dealer, too. Give you one half the value of the article.
What does Leach have to do with Clarendon and Kilgore?
Usually nothing at all. But there it is. Leach, Kilgore, and Clarendon meeting late at night just as thick as thieves. The meetings continued on right up to, well, the night before Clarendon's death.
Very interesting.
Now, we've been standing here jawing, and I don't recall hearing anybody order nothing. What'll it be, mate?
Gamby, hello, thank you. Okay, so that was a huge info dump. Kilgore, 7K, Gus Bullock. He's the... I was gonna say he's the man with the terrible smell. That's from King of the Hill. He's the man with the scar and the mustache. Bullock. With Holmes sidelined with a migraine, Watson nervously dons his bowler and heads off in search of Gus Bullock. Oh yeah, Watson's gonna give him what for?
Who are you and what do you want?
Dr. John Watson, sir. I wondered if you might be kind enough to answer a few questions.
About what?
Guy Clarendon.
That welching little weasel, what about him?
He's been murdered.
Ah! I'd say he got what he deserved. And if you don't clear out of here in 2 seconds, so will you.
Oh, quite. Ta-ta.
Okay. Kilgore. Claude Kilgore? I guess I just wrote Kilgore down. Holmes and Watson put on their coats tightly about them as they headed out into the night towards Kilgore's place.
Any luck?
Yes and no.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, Kilgore has met Clarendon once or twice, but no, he insists he's never heard of Calvin Leach.
And you believed him?
Oh, I forgot about Leach. I mean, it's on my list. Calvin Leach. Suspecting that Leach may have a connection to the case, Holmes and Watson head off to visit the suspected fence. Watson decides to conceal a small derringer just in case. God damn it, Watson.
What did you learn of Calvin Leach?
I think Porky Shinwell said it all.
Did you ask Leach about Clarendon?
Yes.
What did he say, Watson?
Oh, yes, of course. He said he'd never heard of him.
Okay, so we have to maybe send the irregulars? Dodger mumbles, I don't like it, at least 3 times after Watson asks him to go check on Calvin Leach. The boy goes nonetheless after receiving an extra coin. Leach wasn't home. Thanks for the copper, though. Mumbling under his breath, he owes me money. Dewey volunteers to head over to Kilgore's house. Kilgore lives high high off the hog from the quid he rakes in from his seedy establishment. You need a password to get in there. Okay, I'm assuming I'm not going to find any more information about that. Okay, so that's big. So he's stealing the items. He's fencing them. We don't have a connection to everyone yet. I feel like I'm missing. Like, what's our score at right now? It's not great. Francis Nolan. What if we go to her house? Deep in thought, Holmes lights up his pipe and snuffs the match, allowing Watson to lead him down the street towards Francis Nolan's residence.
Tell us, who was at home on the evening of the 1st?
Well, just Miss Frances, sir. Oh, yes, of course, and Dr. Trevelyan.
What time did the doctor take his leave?
Oh, let me think. It must have been 10 o'clock, because that's what time he always leaves.
What did Miss Frances do after her guest left?
What she does every evening, sir. Well, she asked for a cup of hot cocoa, which I brought her straight away. Then she read for a bit by the fire. Later, when I went up to bed, I passed her room, and the light went out.
What time would that have been?
Oh, let me see. Oh, I know it was 11:30 because the clock chimed. Then I went to sleep. Later, I was awakened in the middle of the night, right in the midst of the most peculiar dream. You see, I was barefoot and trying to buy a pair of shoes,
As fascinating as all this is, could we get back to what it was that awakened you?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it was something that I heard, or thought I heard. I listened for a bit, but that was the end of it, so I went to sleep again. Later, I awoke at 7:30. I always wake up at 7:30, except, of course, on Sundays when I sleep until 8. As usual, I began to prepare Miss Frances's breakfast. I had no sooner got into the kitchen when I heard the front door open and close. Well, I ran to the front window and peeked out, and there was Miss Frances walking down the street.
And why do you deem that so unusual?
Well, she never leaves before she's eaten one of my currant buns.
So it's something to do with the sound of clattering? Yeah, Lacey. I'm like, that seems very late. Yeah. But I mean, that maybe Francis sleeps in. Maybe it doesn't need to. Rudy, hello. Thank you. How are you doing? Mesmer Braid Institute. I mean, we might as well check in. Oh no, did we check in there? Hold on. They're in the state. Okay, so Dr. Trevelyan. Okay. Dr. Nolan. Something Mad Miss for Saturday. Oh, don't worry, we're still in the thick of trying to solve this lady keeps blacking out, and she was caught at the scene of a murder, and right now we're trying to figure out why that's happening. And the guy she murdered was like in love with her, but also in love with her sister, and yeah, I don't know. It's wild. Yeah. Please, Francis Nolan bought a gun at a place. If I refer to something as just someone at a place, like very generic, it's not important. Guy Clarendon is the guy she killed. They found her clutching a gun, but she doesn't remember buying a gun. But we think it's her sister who bought a gun and told the guy at the gun shop, like, hey, this is my name, don't forget it. And it's like, oh, okay, you're just disguised as your sister buying a gun in her name and then framing her for killing the guy. But the guy, Clarendon, is also, we believe, to be the society burglar who's been stealing exactly one piece of expensive jewelry from all these different upper class places. She doesn't remember she got the pistol. She mentioned that she blacked out twice before, and no one knows why. I think it's the magnetist but we can't talk to him for some reason. Guy Clarendon was cut off by his family for money. Loretta thinks she's some sort of princess. Detectives Otis Richmond said the burglar left no sign of searching for other valuables. It's Loretta Nolan, which is the sister, and Guy Clarendon, we think, working together. It appears that both Loretta and Francis recently seen Mr. Davenport together. Hiram recalls that during their visit, he found that Miss Frances was in a strange state, mumbling to herself as she left unexpectedly. Loretta's brand of... At Halley's private hotel, Clarendon had 3 visitors, a large man who accosted him, which we determined was Gus Bullock, a beautiful woman with a distinct laugh, which is Loretta, and a plain woman found over her body, which is Frances. In the room, they found some black clothes and a bank statement, of which we determined that Calvin Leach is a fence who will give you half of whatever anything's worth. So the money that we found in those bank statements were worth about half the value of whatever the things were listed in the newspaper. Dr. Mason said there's nothing physically wrong with Francis Nolan to black out. Watson visited the home of no. Couldn't visit the magnetist for some reason. Cornelius Oldwine said the guy had met Loretta at one of his parties. Holmes paid Porky Shinwell a visit at the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky mentioned that Clarendon owed money to Kilgore for the amount of $7,000. That a fence by the name of Leach was involved. Visited Kilgore. Detectives visited Leach. Said never heard of him. All of them have never heard of each other. And that's whereabouts we are at right now. Clue hints? No, I'm not asking Watson for a hint. The guy's back in heat for no reason. Well, not no reason, but okay, so Hardage is one of the other people who got robbed. On the way to the Hardage residence, Watson remarks how he could use a new tweed jacket. Holmes, lost in thought, doesn't respond.
My wife and I were guests at a small dinner party at the home of Otis Richmond. We arrived home sometime after midnight, and as my wife was putting away her finery, she noticed the bracelet was missing from her jewelry box, and we summoned the police immediately.
The servants were questioned?
Oh, they've all been with us for a number of years, and I haven't the slightest suspicion about them. But yes, the police did question them thoroughly. All were in bed asleep by the time we arrived home, and none heard anything untoward.
And nothing else was taken?
Surprisingly not.
Yet you are positive that the bracelet has not simply been misplaced?
No, my wife actually put it on while she was preparing for the evening, and then she decided against it. I saw her put it back in the box.
Where does she keep the box?
In her dressing table, there's a special compartment in the side of it. The box fits in rather neatly.
So all these things that were stored in again, it was mentioned in the newspaper, they were stored in very specific secret areas that you couldn't possibly have known about unless you were the one putting it there. Unless Loretta is finding out the information of where these things are being hidden, and then Guy goes in and steals it. But we've already talked to all the people involved that we could. And live acting in video games is so fun. Yeah, especially when it's so campy. Okay. Let's see. Who else could we talk to? Quentin Hogg? Sure. Holmes sent Watson elsewhere while he himself checks in with Quentin Hogg over at the Police Gazette.
Well, the Clarendon murders look fairly open and shut, if you ask me. Not your typical murderers, I admit, but there you have it.
It's the accents that are great. Sir Jasper Meek, sure. Holmes and Watson take a carriage to see Sir Jasper, armed with several compelling questions for the medical examiner about Guy Clarendon's murder. He was drowned.
You're quite sure the murder weapon was a small caliber pistol?
Quite. I'd also wager to say he'd been shot at very close range.
Ghastly.
Tell us, Sir Jasper, at what time did you receive the body?
Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how much time would you judge to have elapsed from the time of the murder?
Well, it's always difficult to be precise in these matters, but I'd venture to say he'd been dead anywhere from 4 to 10 hours.
Holy shit, that's a window. So, if Frances leaving the house before she had Grace's current buns, that was around 8, 9, and then she goes over in that blackout state, murders Guy, and then that seems to line up. So that's okay. H.R. Murray. Holmes, being busy elsewhere, sends the good doctor to discuss the physical evidence at the scene of the crime with the criminologist. Oh, I love this guy.
I say, excuse me, Dr. Murray.
Hello, what? Oh, my, I must have dozed off. Ah, it's you, Whitson. And what are you doing with yourself this afternoon? Or is it evening already? Have I missed my tea?
It's Watson, sir. We're looking into the Clarendon case, and we were wondering...
Clarendon! Ah, I just finished that report when I dozed off. Let me see. Number 301, I believe.
I should have talked to the regulars first. There is so much more information in these things.
Ah, yes. Here it is. Number 103. Clarendon, Guy. Not much, I'm afraid. A hole in the shirt where a small caliber bullet passed into the body. Extensive blood stains. Powder burns indicating a close-range shot. Ah, here's something interesting. On the lower part of the shirt, I found traces of alcohol. Wine, to be exact. Now, I have a good nose for this sort of thing, and I believe it to be an inferior quality Italian red.
Okay. We did find sherry at the scene, which is not quite the same. Has the guy been doing the hot chocolate? I love how he just went from complete sound asleep to, like, not sounding drowsy at all. The detective decided to stroll over to the Office of Record Department as Watson insists the fresh air will do the investigation good. Holmes is not so convinced, but accompanies him nonetheless.
Both Loretta Nolan and Guy Clarendon have had several complaints filed against them, although neither of them has ever been arrested. Both have been cited for public drunkenness. Likewise, both have been involved in some unusual pranks, but no one has ever pressed charges.
They're a bunch of pranksters. The Societies Club is not a venue that Holmes and Watson frequent, let alone belong. However, the detectives know that Langdale Pike knows what goes on behind closed doors more than anyone in London.
It appears as though Guy and Loretta, the terrible twins, will afflict us no more. Loretta must be desolate, what with the loss of a kindred spirit and fellow prankster.
Prankster?
Well, yes, my good fellow. I'll never forget the time Clarendon poured champagne down the front of Lady Leeds's new Paris gown for the sole purpose of Loretta's amusement.
I would think she must also be distraught at the loss of her lover, not to mention the imprisonment of her sister.
Well, I'm not sure about Loretta's feelings toward her sister, but I do know that Guy and Loretta were not lovers. Though outwardly they made an excellent couple, he tall, handsome, and from a moneyed family, and she beautiful, and an heiress in her own right. Yes, it would have been a match made in heaven. But it was a match made in far hotter regions, I suspect.
Francis claims that she and Clarendon were engaged to be married.
Well, that's hard to imagine, him being who he is. Or was, as it were.
Why do you say that?
Well, Guy Clarendon was not at all a desirable sort. He'd all but been disowned by his own father for his compulsive gambling. The utter disregard for other people's money is probably what drew Clarendon and Loretta Nolan together in the first place. After all, she had managed to fritter away almost her entire fortune, unlike her sister Frances, who still had her inheritance, if not her honor, intact.
Ah, that explains it.
What are you driving at, Holmes?
From all I've heard of Clarendon, I suspect his interest in Frances was directed toward her sizable bank account.
Dun dun dun. Okay. Oh, we've already talked to Porky. Somerset House. I think this is just information. Quick carriage ride takes Holmes and Watson to Somerset House. Watson is certain that their visit will uncover legal documentation that is germane to the case.
It seems Sir Malcolm left his entire estate to his wife Margaret. If she should precede him in death...
Or accompany him, as proved to be the case.
Yes. Then the estate was to be equally divided between his two daughters, Frances and Loretta. The estate included a 1/3 share in the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
Oh, we should go check that out, actually. Aberdeen... Nope. Navigation... Wait, companies? No. Aberdeen Navigation. Nope. Did we check out the hospital? I think we did. Pipe in hand, tea before him. Yeah.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came to this location.
Okay. Mall Club. Again, I remember seeing these things. We're just setting them everywhere. This is our rough run. Holmes sits down with Mrs. Hudson to discuss the week's duties, but not before bidding Watson a good journey to Pall Mall Club.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Okay. There's absolutely something that's going to break this case wide open. Madame Tussauds! Doctor looks somewhat out of sorts when he learns that Holmes will not be accompanying him to Madame Tussauds.
Oh, look. There is a note on the door that says that they will be out all afternoon. It appears we have wasted our time.
Excellent deduction, Watson. You're finally learning.
Wow. Holy shit. All right. Oh, Aberdeen Navigation. Quick carriage ride brings Holmes and Watson to the business offices of Aberdeen Navigation Company.
Their father, Sir Malcolm, left them each a 1/6 share. Several years ago, as soon as she came of age, Miss Loretta divested herself of her stock.
All right, thanks. I need to know what's at Voodoo Villa. Having heard many differing things about the cuisine at Voodoo Villa, Watson takes it upon himself to personally visit the restaurant.
Well, there was no one in the entire establishment that could shed any light on this investigation.
That's not what the thing said at all. West London cricketers. Oh, wait, hold on. He played cricket, which made him okay. Morning fog had yet to lift as the detectives moved silently through the streets towards a field where the cricketers usually practice.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Damn it.
No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
The old Cheshire cheese. Yap shoemakers. Zebediah's pawn shop. Interesting. Knowing that he could use a new pipe or two, Holmes decided a quick trip to Zebediah's isn't without merit.
I question why we have come to this location.
They could have sold things.
If clues are what we are seeking, then we are in the wrong place altogether.
Well, obviously cricketers are innocent, of course. Okay, so I think based on what Porky said, Kilgore, Bullock, and Leach were all working together, but we can't get information out of them. So we need to find a way to connect them – otherwise. and the hypnotist won't let us talk to him. Anxious to discover a connection between the scientist's mesmerism and the current case, pair head off. Watson nearly 3 paces ahead of the great detective.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Damn it. Because, I mean, the way that she's acting, it seems like it's probably a red herring. Armitage Gallery. Amateur Mendicant Society. Listen to the regulars. Gets Holmes better judgment. Watson sends one of the regulars to the address listed for the Mendicant Society. Oi, Holmes, we saw nothing but an old warehouse at the address. We missing something? I don't know. Unless this is one of those joke locations and I just don't get the joke. All right, let's check the newspaper again real quick. R. Baker. Leeds, Judd, Dearth. Dearth, I think, has the... Yeah, let's... Okay, Baker and Dearth. Let's check those people. Baker... Roger Baker. 2 men leave 221B in a heated debate. Continue the discussion after long procuring a cab to Roger Baker's residence.
Well, it was an unfortunate event, but to tell you the truth, to me it was a mere bauble, a trinket I had to replace for my wife the very next day.
And nothing else was stolen?
Not a thing, and it appeared there'd been no search.
So he's just telling us the same things over. Betsy Dearth. Holmes was in no mood for games and refused to entertain Watson's theories on the wisdom of visiting Mrs. Dearth.
My husband, God rest his soul, gave me that necklace for our 50th wedding anniversary. And woe betide the blighter that took it, I say.
I can certainly understand your consternation, madam. May I assume that you were out the evening it was taken?
Oh, yes, the house was completely empty. Sybil, my housekeeper, and I were attending the mass charity ball at St. Mary's for the benefit of unwed mothers. It wouldn't surprise me if that scoundrel was responsible in that direction as well. Society burglar, indeed. He's of the lower classes, mark my words.
Do you keep your jewels locked up?
Oh, I keep them in a very secret place. A box made to look like a copy of Great Expectations on the bookshelf amidst the other books. Hiram, my late husband, thought of that, but the thief went right to it.
It's not... I want to say there might be a connection with the staff, because the staff would be the only other people who would know, but I think... They're a furniture maker that's making all these hidden compartments. That's an excellent point. Let's see. Embassies. Wait, hold on. There was in the newspaper. Industrial machinery, carpets. Millinery, go to Sherwood's new... Okay, that's millinery, that's not it. Industrial machinery for uses... Pedigree, Sloth. Memoriam. Philip Edelton. Nope. Sloth. No. That's a good point. National Gallery, no. Murray, no. Dr. Mason, we've already talked to. Ebex Limited. That sounds familiar too. I should probably just not bother looking up things. I should just jump towards names that look familiar. Days and correspondence, publications, future mechanics, hydraulics, modern world. Life's like a beanstalk. No. Japanese village. See, entertainment. Milo de Mayor, celebrated magnetist at Prince Hall's Piccadilly, will produce new wondrous experiments of new mesmerisms prepared to magnetize a later gentleman from the audience. Missing dog. Mountain climbing equipment. Ebex. Maybe. Mountain climb. Wait, climbing equipment. Hold on. Wait a second. Nope. Get out of here. Nope. Get out of here, Watson. I don't want a hint. Just Holmes, everything. No, Watson. I don't want a hint. I'm solving this on my own. While pondering how the clues in this case fit together, Holmes takes a quick stroll to the place of business, Watson in tow. Damn it.
I question why we have come to this location. If clues are what we are seeking, then we are in the wrong place altogether.
What was the other hotel that was mentioned in the newspaper? Was it? No, it was not listed here. Bickers and Son. Much to Watson's amazement, Holmes visibly brightens to the thought of visiting Bickers and Son.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came.
Yeah, okay. Court costume. Oh, I see. Excellent place to purchase disguises. I see. That's where he gets his disguises. Bank of England. Watson keeps all my notes on my cases in a dispatch box in their vault. Interesting. I wonder if that's canon. His practice mesmerism. He was originally trained at the Mesmer Braid Institute. Oh, okay. But I wish you could ask. I mean, I know it's way beyond the tech of the time, but I wish you could have like a better, like asking them better information about things. Like once you discover something, you go back, you can like unlock the next cutscene. London University. Seberg. Marley Creek Inn? Was that one of them? No. Mesmer Braid. Silent for mentally disturbed. Technique similar to hypnosis. How is this not hypnosis? Police Gazette. Quentin Hogg. Oh, yeah, we already met with him. London Times. Henry Ellis. We met with him. Financial Times. I don't think that's Sunday regulars. Knowing if that Ellis had London Times covered, Watson's sending the boys to the Financial Times. Bit information from the paper. Got nothing from this errand but a pair of aching feet. All right. Cyril Overton, Leland Orchid, Old Bailey. What's Old Bailey? Criminal Court. Okay. T.P. O'Connor, Pentonville Prison. Notorious Gambler. Oh, I mean, we can go there. Watson dons his hat and coat and offers Holmes his deerstalker and cape as they both head out to the door to Pentonville Prison.
I question why we have come.
Okay, fine. Look, you say there are people related to this place. Raven and Rat Inn. Is that where? Yeah, Porky Shinwell. Corrich? Oh, it's a pub. A pub on the west end once temporarily shut down when a patron found a fried cockroach in his fish and chips. Oh God. Record office. Societies Club. Criminal investigations. Oh, that's just Lestrade. This is, I think, the other one. Oops. Or not. There's just no notes for that one. Lloyd Shipping Register? Nope. Moneylender of ill repute. Oh, okay. Uncharacteristic spring in his step, Holmes heads out the door before Watson grabs hat and cloak.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Damn it. Let's see those points. Come on, 600. We want this as low as we can. All right. Reverend, Rabbi, Ashcroft, Dr. Nathan, Alleys of the Skin. No. Yardley Zip. Nothing on file. Oh, didn't mean to click that. I meant this one. Wait, hold on. The box closes. Sleuth is also spelt wrong, isn't it? Isn't it EU? Yeah, that's a name. That's a high scoring Scrabble answer. Is what that is. I gotta close my files. Harold Wormley. Oh, we're gonna go just visit him. Watson just plain wears down the great detective and his insistence that Wormley plays a part in this sad affair. It's gotta be Wormley.
This seemed to be a dead end.
No.
No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Crispin? Zatanas. Convicted blackmailer. Okay, maybe he has information. While Holmes is not happy about it, he grudgingly agrees with Watson, thinking that the matter of visiting Mr. Zatanas, crime begets crime.
This seemed to be a dead.
Fine. All right, where's the guy running the vigilante squad? Portal. Mr. Portal. This isn't it. My third. Okay, so it was back here. Oh, Eagleton. Yeah, I looked it up. It doesn't. I don't think Portal was a name in here. No. Dr. Aintree? Oh, tropical diseases. Armitage Gallery? Art galleries? We'll send them. I think we sent the irregulars. With a brief heated discussion, Holmes relents and lets Watson travel alone to the mentioned's last known location.
I question.
Yeah. After a heated argument with Holmes, Watson realizes, why the hell did I come to this place? I don't know. Maybe. Nope. Let's go back and talk to. Let's go to see Miss Nolan at the. Yeah.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. She's being held downstairs, you know.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each other.
There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
The singular glass of water
Miss
on the
Nolan,
table.
what is the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's?
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Well, every night before I retire, my maid, Grace, brings me a cup of hot cocoa.
How nice.
Yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister Loretta is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine, in March. My sister Loretta was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park, with no recollection of how I got there. The last thing I remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Oh, Jerry. I forgot about Jerry.
He's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy.
Okay. So let's... Robarts. Yep. 2 men hail a carriage, asking the driver to take them to Mr. Robarts' office. Normally they would use this time to discuss the case, but the trip is taken in silence.
Have you ever met Miss Frances Nolan?
Only briefly. She wishes me to take her case.
And have you decided?
Actually, I'm quite up to my ears in several other pressing cases already.
Oh. Anything I might have heard of?
Oh, probably. Cornelius Oldwine is suing the sculptor who absolutely butchered his statue of Aphrodite.
Oh, how terribly unnerving. You know, I once commissioned a painting of Aphrodite.
Now, Watson, I think we'd best be going.
Okay. The other one being old Jerry Locke. Watson surprised when Holmes agrees to his suggestion, talking to Gerald Locke for a second time to see if anything new comes to light.
We have just a few more questions for you, Mr. Locke, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Anything to help Francis.
We were wondering if you could shed some light on Miss Frances' relationship with Guy Clarendon.
He was only after her money. I tried to tell Frances as much, but she wouldn't hear of it. We had a bit of a row over it. I've been quite upset about the whole thing.
Upset enough to commit murder?
What an outrageous accusation.
There's only a question, Mr. Locke.
Preposterous. Besides, I've been on holiday all week, playing cribbage at the annual tournament up at Leeds.
Sounds positively riveting.
Oh, it was.
The style of this game makes me think a game oh, nice. A million years ago. Awesome. Stream when? Okay. Up at Leeds. Sanford Leeds? I think we've already talked to... Yeah, because Leeds was... It was played on DVD because that was... I once for this was in middle school. My history class, we had to write some sort of do some project. We had an option to do stuff. One was like write a player's guide for some sort of game based on some sort of historical event, like a player's guide of like all its information and fun facts and all that kind of stuff. So I did that, and then I also proceeded to make the game in, I think, either Game Maker at the time. I don't know, but the teacher wasn't expecting me to make the actual game for it, but I did it anyway. I should see if I can find that. That's probably... You know how old that is? That's probably on a diskette somewhere. Then again, everything was behind the times then at that school and the following. I mean, I think if we've seen this one, I'm going to skip past it. Suspecting a connection, Holmes suggests Watson visit the home of Sir Sanford. Oh yeah,
The tiara was a terribly valuable piece of jewelry, and it meant so much to my wife.
It's the
She has been
barrister,
under a
it's the
doctor's
same
care
actor.
since the theft. In fact, just yesterday she took a room at the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is she prone to bouts of nervousness?
Perhaps lately it seems so. She was absolutely undone when young Clarendon poured champagne down the borders of her gown at Richmond's party. Come to think of it, that was the last time she wore her tiara. She was so proud of it. And several of the ladies at that party admired it openly.
Where did Lady Leeds keep the tiara when she wasn't wearing it?
In the bottom drawer of her bureau, where she kept some of her more frilly undergarments.
Were there any signs of a search? Drawers left open, that sort of thing?
No, and that's what strikes me as so peculiar. It's as if the burglar knew right where to look.
We'll check in with the sister again.
Enter and be recognized. Oh, you don't wish to play Her Majesty, eh? Very well.
You do not seem particularly disturbed by the recent turn of events, Miss Nolan.
Each of us grieves in his own way, Mr. Holmes.
It must be difficult for you to face the possibility that your own sister may have killed your dearest chum.
Guy was fun to be with. And as for Frances, I love her dearly, but, well, it's funny to think Miss Right and Proper has finally gotten herself into a bit of a jam.
Miss Nolan, may I ask, when was the last time you saw Guy Clarendon?
Let me think. I believe it was the Richmond's party last Thursday. Yes, I'm sure of it. God, we did cut it up a bit there.
And after the party?
We did not go home together, if that's what you're implying. That would have broken Frances's heart. She was head over heels for Guy, you know. She had some foolish notion that he was going to marry her. Not that someone like him ever would. But I do recall her saying, and it might have been the night of his death, that she was going to have a talk with him about their future.
I'm starting to think it's less and less her, because the night of his death, he was killed in like the morning, wasn't he? No, wait. What did the guy at the... I should be taking better notes. I'm not taking really any notes. The hotel. Joseph Strangerton? The hell's Joseph Strangerton?
Clarendon, poor chap.
He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to Suite 205.
To your knowledge, did he have any visitors?
Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow. He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep. I've no idea who she was.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the 2nd floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she'd done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
May we see his room? What have we here, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
Oh, deposits and
Look here,
withdrawals.
Holmes.
I didn't see
He has
that.
made Mr. Spot in a sweeping.
Good thing she did, Watson. You're staring at evidence.
Blood.
What's this stain here?
More blood.
Smells like a fine sherry. Looks like someone's been celebrating.
The question is, was it with the body or over it?
Nothing much here. Couple of shirts and 3 pair of shoes.
But what you failed to notice, my dear Watson, is that one of the pairs of shoes is canvas and has been dyed black. Interesting. A sweater and trousers. An ensemble in black.
Not much of a view. All I can see is a brick wall of the building across the alley.
Ivy vines winding up a trellis.
So I'm thinking now maybe the sister did. They're closing the dresser. Oh my god. Clue, we cracked it. I can't believe it. Sorry, just clearing out notifications. Where am I clicking? So it's trying to connect Loretta and Guy. Let's go to Diogenes Club. Why not? The two head off debating the wisdom of visiting the club, especially when Miss Nolan's life is literally on the line. Yeah. Never mind. Clarendon. Frank Clarendon. Yeah, because both times that she had the blackout, Loretta was there. Because the first time was with lunch with Loretta, and then she ended up on the horse, and the second time was meeting with Davenport. And then she was at the station. Actually, hold on. What's the station called again? I forget. National Gallery, no. Hotels. Embassies. All right, let's talk to, yeah.
So, sorry to have kept you waiting, gentlemen. I assume you are inquiring about the Nolan girls.
Yes, we are. How long have you been their solicitor, Mr. Davenport?
Actually, in practice, I am serving that function only for Frances. Loretta has not sought a word of my advice since she came of age and was able legally to get her hands on her trust fund. Had Loretta the presence of mind to follow my good counsel, I'm certain she would be in a far better financial situation today.
Do you recall a meeting with Miss Frances last month when she blacked out?
Well, I did have a very odd meeting with both Miss Frances and Miss Loretta several weeks ago.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't say she blacked out as such, but she did leave rather unexpectedly. We were in the middle of our discussion when I was called out of the office. I was gone not more than 20 minutes. When I returned, Miss Frances had a very strange look in her eyes. She mumbled something and promptly left. Miss Loretta laughed that very disturbing laugh of hers and departed as well.
I'm gonna go back and talk with Dr. Mason. No, not Dr. Mason, Dr. Trevelyan.
Doctor, we understand that you dined with Frances Nolan on the evening of July 1st.
Yes, that is correct. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some 10 years, first at the Mesmer Braid Institute and then in private practice.
Without breaching physician-patient protocol, would you mind telling us the nature of her illness?
She never quite recovered from the overwhelming trauma of watching her parents being blown to bits.
I quite understand.
As is often the case with young orphans, they tend to create fantasies about their parents. Miss Loretta Nolan truly believes that her father was the King of England, making her a princess.
Do you think her unconventional behavior stems from that fantasy?
Absolutely. As a princess, she believes she can do no wrong. I must say that she's worlds apart from her sister Frances.
Do you know Frances Nolan well?
Yes, rather. Through my treatment of her sister, I've known her for years. Let me say that it is difficult to believe that Miss Frances is capable of murder. She has a quiet, unassuming personality. An act of such direct confrontation would not be at all in keeping with her character.
Were Loretta and Frances close?
I know without a doubt that Miss Frances loves and cares for her sister almost as a parent would a child. Miss Loretta, well, she loves her sister as much as she is capable of love.
Lich, hello, thank you. You're doing well. Holmes Wallace and Company. Religious paraphernalia. Okay. Okay. The library will have anything on it?
The Mesmer Braid Institute was founded in 1874 as an asylum for the mentally disturbed. Oh, perhaps she's a bit of a loony.
Quite so.
The institute was named after the 17th century Austrian physician Anton Mesmer, who first discovered a technique whereby he could induce a quiet, trance-like state in patients.
Sounds suspiciously like hypnosis.
Actually, he called it mesmerism. It says that he ascribed certain mystic qualities to his process, and so was largely discredited during his lifetime. In the 1840s, Dr. James Braid, an Englishman, became interested in Mesmer's work, refined the process, and renamed it hypnotism. Right you are, Holmes.
So we know about it. Can we talk to Braid? No. Going to the institute. just says like, oh, he doesn't know why I went there. It's like, yeah, you do.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came to this location.
Okay, well, we send the irregulars. Watson asked Holmes if the Mesmer Braid Institute might hold a clue or two. Holmes is non-committal, lost deep in thought. Watson sends an irregular. Got near the place and I just heard some faint cries and moans coming from the building. It gave me the creeps, it did. Well, I don't know what else to go for then. Dr. Mason is Francis's doctor who said there was nothing physically wrong with her.
Tell us, Dr. Mason, have you determined the cause of Francis Nolan's...
I like the director's the direction. Just like, if you don't know what to do with your hands, just hang on to your jacket. It doesn't matter if it's a jacket or if it's like a knitted vest or something, just do it.
Blackouts?
It's the strangest thing, really. I examined her thoroughly and found nothing physically wrong. She could not recall receiving a bump in the head, nor did she complain of dizziness. All I could suggest that was perhaps she was overtired and prescribed rest. It remains a complete mystery to me.
The only other magnetist, mesmerist is Milo de Mayer, but
this seemed to be a...
Yeah, it's a dead end somehow. Unless we have to catch him at like a theater, but he's not at any of these. What theater was the guy performing at? Was it early on? The funeral, personals? Henry Murgatroyd. Carpets. Let's check it out.
Well, he certainly was.
Nope. We're just checking all the theaters at this point. He's bound to be performing at one of them. Maybe the American Embassy? Nope. The German Embassy, obviously. Nope. Oh, of course, because it's the Spanish Embassy.
This seemed to be a dead...
Shit. Yeah, because this is the guy who sold the gun.
Do you remember a woman who came in recently and purchased a Derringer?
Oh, matter of fact, I do, sir. We don't get women in here very often, especially not alone. And I particularly remember that one because she was so pretty and, she looked like she really knew how to have a good time, if you'll pardon the expression.
Do you remember her name?
I should say I do. She repeated it twice whilst I was filling out the order form. Seems like it was very important to her that I get her name right. Let me see, it was Francis, well, it was Francis something or other, sir.
Is this reworked audio or recorded for the game specifically? I think it's the original, because I think some of the clips weren't like filmed. They were just audio clips with the graphics on top of it. Imperial Theater. Nope. Calvin Leach.
What did you learn of Calvin Leach?
I think Porky Shinwell said it all.
Did you ask Leach about Clarendon?
Yes.
What did he say, Watson?
Oh, yes, of course. He said he'd never heard of him.
London University. Like, I know it, like it's leading it up to the hypnotism is absolutely in play here. It's just figuring out how to connect it. Send the regulars. Yeah. Watson's hesitant to send a regular to Loretta Nolan's house, afraid the boys might not be well received. The boys laugh at the good doctor and tell him that this one's on us, Gov, as they bolt to the door down the street. Don't know if it amounts much, but we'd wager this lady is a bit of off her rocker. If you heard the way she laughs, you wouldn't doubt it. Okay, so it's like... Send the regulars. Shillings in hand, boys hand down to the cobblestone streets, hoping to speak with Miss Nolan about the morning of the murders. She's not there. May told us that she could find Miss Frances locked up at the Old Bailey. We knew that. Pentonville Prison. The John Lake Club. Running this old wine we already talked to. Oh, the Old Bailey, that's where Francis is. Raven and Rat Inn. Yeah, Porky Shinwell, right. Ashcroft. Ballots Limited? I don't know. Nope. West House Marbank. Ah, French Clare. Wait. It was an Italian wine. I don't know. Let's try. Nope. The guy was just he was saying.
You're quite.
Oh no, this.
I say, excuse me, Dr. Murray.
Hello, what? Oh, my, I must have dozed off. Ah, it's you, Whitson. And what are you doing with yourself this afternoon? Or is it evening already? Have I missed my tea?
It's Watson, sir. We're looking into the Clarendon case, and we were wondering...
Clarendon! Ah, I just finished that report when I dozed off. Let me see. Number 301, I believe. Ah, yes. Here it is. Number 103. Clarendon, Guy. Not much, I'm afraid. A hole in the shirt where a small caliber bullet passed into the body. Extensive blood stains. Powder burns indicating a close-range shot. Ah, here's something interesting. On the lower part of the shirt, I found traces of alcohol. Wine, to be exact. Now, I have a good nose for this sort of thing, and I believe it to be an inferior quality Italian red.
That's all the information we get. Let's check our notebook. We're not getting a Watson hit. In the library, two detectives a lock. Robarts representing Cornelius Old Wine. The Earth. Aberdeen Navigation. Somerset. O'Brien. Murray. Murray maintains that Clarendon was shot at close range. Meek believes Clarendon had been dead for between 4 to 10 hours. I wonder if Shinwell send the irregulars. Holmes was hesitant to send the irregulars to a pub since Porky has a soft spot for the ruffians and has been known to serve them for a pint. serve them a free pint or 3. Shinwell told us Clarendon, Leach, and Kilgore had a few cozy meetings at his pub. Yeah, we knew that. Despite the hour, the pair realized it would be risk not to visit the home of Guy Clarendon in search of information.
I question...
Yeah, because he was staying at the hotel. Finsterwald's florist? Flower shop in the West Central District where Gerald Block serves as clerk. Huh. Vowing to leave no petal unplucked, Watson argues for a visit to the flower shop. Yeah. I'm almost reluctant to try to get a Watson hint. Not almost reluctant. I'm absolutely reluctant. Lloyd shipping register, nothing. Nope. But I don't know where else to go with this. Like, I don't remember any other name being mentioned. Unless... Ardinge, we saw Richmond, we saw Lewin. Lewin and Judd we haven't spoken to. I don't know if they're going to be in a directory. Bradford Lewin. Having read mention of Bradford Lewin in Times, Holmes suggested Watson that a visit to Foreign Minister is in order.
We were at a reception at Buckingham Palace for the new head of the China delegation. Upon arriving home, my wife discovered that her favorite ruby earrings were missing. We noticed nothing else out of place. No sign of a search, that is. And none of the servants had heard anything suspicious.
Okay. I immediately forgot what the other name was. Richmond? Yeah. Richmond's home was uneventful except for the part where Watson fell asleep in the irony of a jewel cup.
At first, I thought it must have been one of the servants. After all, there was no sign of a search, and nothing else was disturbed.
Did you question them?
Thoroughly, but none of them would admit a thing. It really wasn't until Hardinge and Bessie Dirth were robbed, and the newspapers referred to us as victims of the society burglar, that I was certain it wasn't any of my staff. By the way, can you recommend a good housekeeper and valet?
Oh, damn it. It's the bank. Because he was making withdrawals. Holmes would chuckle in his breath as Watson accidentally stumbles on his way out the door into the waiting carriage.
Well, he...
Yeah. Okay, so it's the other bank then. Light rain moves in his carriage containing the detective splashes through the streets of London towards the bank.
Mr. Clarendon appears to be a frequent depositor.
Yes, but it looks as if he's afraid the money will burn a hole in his bank book if he leaves it in too long.
That's more than... No, that's exactly £7,000. So he paid off his debts. Gus Bullock just shouts at what's it called? At Watson. Kilgore.
Any luck?
Yes and no.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, Kilgore has met Clarendon once or twice, but no, he insists he's never heard of Calvin Leach.
And you believed him?
Was cellmates with James Ryder's friend Maudsley. Maudsley? Not a name. Ryder? Not in here.
Sure, I remember Clarendon. He and his lady friend used to stop in here from time to time, usually on their way to Kilgore's gaming parlor or coming back from it. Rumor has it, Clarendon was into Kilgore for a sizable sum.
Do you happen to know how much?
£7,000 was the figure I heard. Got to the point Kilgore wouldn't allow him in the door. Clarendon made a big fuss till Gus Bullock stepped in. Clarendon backed down pretty quick. Don't blame him none. Nobody in their right mind would want to mess with the likes of Gus.
Do you think Bullock was involved in the murder?
Nothing you could tell me about that bloke would surprise me. Anyways, Kilgore makes it clear to Clarendon that he wants his money. Then, a month or so later, Clarendon comes in all smiles, and he and Kilgore getting on like chums. Figure Clarendon must have paid him back. Then, Calvin Leach steps into the picture.
Now, who's Calvin Leach?
Leach deals in what you might call stolen property. Square dealer, too. Give you one half the value of the article.
What does Leach have to do with Clarendon and Kilgore?
Usually nothing at all. But there it is. Leach, Kilgore, and Clarendon meeting late at night just as thick as thieves. The meetings continued on right up to, well, the night before Clarendon's death.
Very interesting.
Now, we've been standing here jawing, and I don't recall hearing anybody order nothing. What'll it be, mate?
Okay. So, Kilgore's gambling club. I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's called. It just said on the illustration just said Kilgore's. I talked to Hardage, right?
My wife and I were guests at a small dinner party at the home of Otis Richmond. We arrived home sometime after midnight, and as my wife was putting away her finery, she noticed the bracelet was missing from her jewelry box, and we summoned the police immediately.
The servants were questioned?
Oh, they've all been with us for a number of years, and I haven't the slightest suspicion about them. But yes, the police did question them thoroughly. All were in bed asleep by the time we arrived home, and none heard anything untoward.
And nothing else was taken?
Surprisingly not.
Yet you are positive that the bracelet has not simply been misplaced?
No, my wife actually put it on while she was preparing for the evening, and then she decided against it. I saw her put it back in the box.
Where does she keep the box?
In her dressing table, there's a special compartment in the side of it. The box fits in rather neatly.
What is Richmond? Oh, this guy. George and Martha Quinn. Nope. I don't know.
Who are you and what do you want?
Dr. John Watson, sir. I wondered if you might be kind enough to answer a few questions.
About what?
Guy Clarendon.
That welching little weasel, what about him?
He's been murdered.
Ah! I'd say he got what he deserved. And if you don't clear out of here in 2 seconds, so will you.
Oh, quite. Ta-ta.
Not helpful in the slightest. And then Leach.
What did you learn of Calvin Leach?
I think Porky Shinwell said it all.
Did you ask Leach about Clarendon?
Yes.
What did he say, Watson?
Oh, yes, of course. He said he'd never heard of him.
I don't know. I'm stuck.
Poor old guy. He could be such fun. I'll never forget what a jolly good time we had the night he climbed the fountain at my country estate.
How acrobatic.
You don't know the half of it. It all started with Loretta. It seemed those things always did. Anyway, someone dared her to jump into the fountain. It being March and quite chilly, no one actually thought she would. She did them on better. She jumped straight in and swam to the center, where I have this absolutely dreadful sculpture with a lot of fat water nymphs. It rises some 20 or 30 feet in the air. She climbed it, though. The woman must be part monkey. Then she dove in. After that, it seemed to be the thing to do, so everybody took the plunge. I was the only other one who actually climbed to the top of the fountain, though. By the end of the weekend, half my guests came down with sneezes. Loretta caught pneumonia.
So we're just establishing that they can both climb. I'm gonna check my achievements. Oh, I'm still missing... So I'm missing 5 achievements. One being, you found all the clues required to solve the mystery. You solved the case under 400 points, under 120 points, and better than Holmes himself. Okay. 3 hours. Oh, shit. This is taking longer than I expected. Oops. If anyone has any ideas, I'm open to it. Otherwise, we may have to bite the bullet and get Watson to give us a hint. Which I don't want to do. Too much sulfur. Oh, it's... Let's take a look at the newspaper again real quick. Cholera. Willie London Judd. Wormley, no. Lund Judd. Nancy Judd. Nothing on file. Damn it. After reading about Miss Judd in the London Times, Holmes agrees with Watson and sends a doctor to the woman's residence. Nothing. Oh.
It's all quite upsetting, you know. The pendant belonged to my great-great-grandmother, and I was hoping to pass it on to my daughter. And now it's gone.
There, Mrs. Judd, you mustn't worry. With Holmes and I on the case, we're sure to recover your pendant. By the way, where did you keep it when you weren't wearing it?
In the toe of my old black button-ups, and I don't recall ever having mentioned that to anyone. Or at least I don't think I did.
You're using hypnotism to get this information out. Okay. Okay. What the hell is this place? Italian cuisine, eh? Perhaps they have subpar Italian wine. Watson confesses being a bit hungry and suggests trips to Ignacio's. Clearly to look for clues, he exclaims in unconvincing fashion.
Well, there was no one in the entire establishment that could shed any light on this investigation.
Damn it, I feel like I already clicked on this. Okay. And this wildly doesn't make sense that I'm not getting any information out of them like that. Same with this guy.
This seemed...
Both Loretta Nolan and Guy Clarendon have had several complaints filed against them, although neither of them has ever been arrested. Both have been cited for public drunkenness. Likewise, both have been involved in some unusual pranks, but no one has ever pressed charges.
Damn. Okay. I think I gotta get a hint because I don't know where the hell to go from here. Like, I don't think the newspaper's been helpful. Oh, that's where Pall Mall Club, that's where I saw it, and I was like, wait a second. Yeah, Milo de Mer, the celebrated magnetist at Prince Hall's Piccadilly, will produce his wonders. Princess Hall Piccadilly. That starts with P, but no. Worthington and Sons. Hydraulics. Rupert Matheson. Vince Matheson. Winfred de Mer. Winfred, yeah. Escoff. Weathersby. Weathersby. Okay, hold on. Weathersby. Damn it. What was the other one I was going to look at? I immediately forgot. God damn it. Yeah. All right. I'm going to have to bite the bullet. Because Goff I've already talked to. Nope. Miss Rebecca Allen? Close friend of Mrs. Hudson. Yeah, sure. Maybe she's got some gossip.
I think that someone has led us down the wrong path altogether. This woman certainly had no information to help our investigation.
Okay. Petrie Alton? Oh. No, Petey. Petey Bloodthirsty Alton served term for murder. He's rumored to have changed his life for the better. I have my doubts. Well, let's go visit him. Watson nervously checked his overcoat, confirms he has a derringer hidden there. Great.
This seemed to be
all right. Yeah, let's just. All right, Watson. What doodles in the on your paper do you have? This is a scene of Halliday's private hotel should raise some concerns regarding the evidence as well as the eyewitness testimony. 5 points. Yes, we... Yeah, no, that's because Loretta said at night. He wasn't killed at night. Note what was found in the hotel room of Guy Clarendon. The clothes seemed out of character. Could the society burglar of this murder have something in common? We know that! We've already put those two and two together. God damn it, Watson, catch up. Perhaps a first-hand account of the accused murderess is in order. Go to the Old Bailey and arrange some time with Francis Nolan. I did! Isn't it odd that Francis Nolan has no real recollection of events? It also seems out of character that she would do what she did. Yes, we know. Francis' unexplained blackout seemed rather peculiar. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, Watson. God damn it. Just give me all the fucking points. Just keep racking them up. Just cross it. You know what? No. Just fucking do this. Just go here and go. All the points. We don't even care anymore. Is the guy who gave her whiskey at the hotel? Yeah, he was using it to like snap her out of it or calm her down or whatever. But that was after she was discovered there. So she had already woken up from her quote unquote blackout. Or is it a cover? Oh, that's true. Peter Dudley, Tontine ticket holder. Yeah. He discovered it, right? Yeah. One stockbroker. Benjamin Disraeli. Are we talking to this guy?
Oh, look. There is a note on the door that says that they will be out all afternoon. It appears we have wasted our time.
Perfect time to
Excellent
burgle them.
deduction, Watson. You're finally learning.
Captain of HMS Duncan. Sure. Captain Curtis. Back to the notebook. Clue hints. At the Clarendon estate, Guy's father, Sir Francis, mentioned that Guy had been borrowing money, but within the past month been cut off the family's wealth. Yeah, we know that. A visit to Francis's guest the night before the murder could shed some light on some things. Head to Dr. Trevelyan's residence. We did. Dr. Trevelyan is actually a practitioner of another specialty that's been treating Francis' sister Loretta for years. He relates how, in order to cope with the parents' death, Loretta fancies herself being a princess. Yeah. He also... Okay. Cousin Guy's bank deposit and withdrawal seem rather odd. Yeah. Shinwell at Raven Rat's Inn has an interesting account of Clarendon. Since Clarendon owed £7,000 to Kilgore for gambling debts. Shinwell at Raven Victoria's Fence, Calvin Leach would buy stolen property at half price. Now it's time for some math. If you take the value of all stolen jewelry, add it up to 4,000. Yeah. Leach fence half that, it'd be total 7,000. Bank deposit bears half. We have this. Then what was the motive for murder? Did the last robbery have anything to do with it? No. Prize diamond tiara. So it's Loretta. Can I just solve this? Oh, fuck off. I clicked this thing. Now I got the achievement. I found all the key clues. Holmes and Watson leave 221B Baker Street and hurry to the Queen's Court to present their case before the magistrate. Armed with the information about the accused murderess, Francis Nolan, the detectives cut a swath through... Okay, so that's so bullshit. I thought I was missing something. Believing they solved the murder of the guy Clarendon, Holmes and Watson hail a carriage and whisk away to Queen's Court.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Okay.
Hear ye.
Oh.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
That is correct, my lord.
Would you be so kind as to tell the court who killed Mr. Clarendon?
It was
certainly, my lord.
Loretta.
I see. And what was Loretta Nolan's motive for killing Mr. Clarendon?
She had her eye on the Cleopatra tiara.
Ah, greed. Pure and simple. Now, have you determined why Francis Nolan went to Halliday's?
I have, my lord.
Please inform the court.
She was hypnotized by her sister Loretta.
Not a sisterly thing to do at all. Is there anything else you wish to report to the court?
Yes, my lord. I believe we've also solved the case of the society burglar.
You don't say. Who is the guilty party?
Guy Clarendon.
Guy Clarendon was straight from the upper crust. Why ever would he turn to a life of crime?
Kilgore insisted he do it to pay off the debt.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. That is not at all correct.
Shit.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
That is correct, my lord.
Would you be so kind as to tell the court who killed Mr. Clarendon?
Certainly, my lord.
Okay, so it just instantly stops you if it's incorrect. So everything up for that point was correct.
Mr. Holmes,
so Loretta did do it.
Looking into the murder. I see.
Cleopatra tiara.
What was Loretta?
Hypnotized.
Greed. Pure and not a
Society burglar
at
was
all.
Guy Clarendon.
Is there anything else you wish to report to Guy Clarendon? Was
His
straight
father
from the
cut him
upper
off
crust.
financially.
Why ever would he turn?
There we go.
You've done an admirable job in resolving this mystery.
Also, hold on. I think I've probably brought this up in the past games. How the fuck does the judge know? If the judge knew, why are we doing the legwork?
I'd say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there. I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
Don't you worry. We will. Message from Irregular. I talked to Mr. Holmes about Guy Clarendon's murder. As far as the clues point, this is how well you did. You can listen to how Mr. Holmes did it again you can listen to how Mr. Holmes did it on Try Again if you want if you can do it better. Sure, let's listen to Holmes' solution.
Well, Watson, we should be very pleased with ourselves on this one.
Yes, indeed, Holmes.
2 cases solved for Scotland Yard, though I doubt that Lestrade will consider himself in our debt.
2?
Yes, indeed. First, the society burglar. Clarendon was £7,000 in debt to the gambler Kilgore. Unfortunately, he was in his father's bad graces and he was flat broke.
Do you suppose Kilgore sent Bullock around to rough Clarendon up?
Good deduction, Watson. You're learning. That's why he moved into Halliday's, to escape Gus Bullock.
And to pay off his debts, he took to burglary.
Right you are. He acquired a black sweater, trousers, and a pair of black canvas shoes so as not to be seen or heard in the dead of night. He chose victims of his own class, whose social comings and goings he knew well, and whose homes he'd visited often.
I still don't understand why, after he'd settled in at Halliday's, he changed rooms.
Elementary, my dear Watson. To be at the back of the hotel with a vine-covered trellis conveniently leading in and out of his bedroom window.
Quite so. Positively clever of you.
May I continue?
Oh, please do.
On the 1st of June, Bullock tracked Clarendon down and confronted him in the lobby. Clarendon paid him the £5,000 that was given to him by his father.
But he still owed Kilgore £2,000. And that was the same evening the society burglar struck for the first time.
So pleased you've been paying attention, Watson. Soon after that, Clarendon, Kilgore, and Calvin Leach, a known trafficker in stolen goods, were seen together. Notice, if you will, that 1/2 the value of the first 3 society burglaries is equal to £2,000. Half the value being the price normally paid by Calvin Leach for stolen goods. Notice also that this same amount is equal to the balance of Clarendon's debt to Kilgore.
Fascinating. So with his new vocation, Clarendon now had an easy source of income.
Quite so, as his succeeding bank transactions evidence. On the day after each of the next 3 burglaries, Clarendon made deposits. Everything went along swimmingly, and by June 30th, his debt was paid.
But the tiara was stolen July 1st.
Yes, Watson. Apparently, young Clarendon thought he'd found himself a new vocation. He might have lasted longer at it if he'd chosen something else to steal.
Whatever do you mean, Holmes?
Loretta Nolan's delusion that she was born of royal parentage proved to be his undoing.
If she took it, how did she manage? No one saw her enter or leave.
She came and went the same way Clarendon did, via the trellis. She was armed with a derringer purchased at Esgoff's in her sister's name. Clarendon returned from his night's work and poured 2 glasses of wine in celebration. That's when Loretta Nolan shot him and took the tiara.
How wicked of her.
Not nearly as wicked as what she did next.
What?
She went to her sister Frances's home and hypnotized her. She then proceeded to instruct her to go to Clarendon's room with the derringer and fire it into the ceiling.
Incriminate her own sister?
What?
But why?
If we could determine that precisely, we could start our own institute.
Sick mind, no doubt. But tell me, Holmes, how did Clarendon know the precise locations of each of his victims' jewels?
Excellent question, Watson. Although there is no clear-cut evidence for this, I can only assume that Loretta Nolan must have been in on it too. The only way Clarendon could have known the locations of the jewels was if the victims themselves had told him where to look. None of them recalls having told anyone, but in fact they did tell someone.
Who?
Loretta Nolan. She managed to hypnotize each of the ladies whose jewels were stolen and got them to reveal the precise locations of the family treasures.
And left them with no memory of having done so.
Precisely.
Astounding, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
We would not. Okay. How did they not hear the first gunshot and then not see the bullet hole in the ceiling? And I mean, I don't know how accurate those illustrations are, but you're telling me that all these high society folk were inviting Loretta Nolan, who is a known prankster, and I don't think that they would invite her over like that. All right. We have to beat 55. I think I know how to do this.
Society.
Okay. We go here. We talk to Porky Shinwell. We talk to... but we gotta go to the Old Bailey. And then we want to talk to Dr. Trevelyan. That should be enough for us to solve this now. And this should be under 55. The judge.
Hear ye! Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
That is correct.
I see. And what? Greed. Pure, not a sisterly thing to do at all. Is there anything else? Guy Clarendon was straight from the upper crust. Why ever would he turn to a life of crime?
Was it Kilgore insisted they do it to pay off the debt, or father cut him off? Ah, fuck. Okay. I think we can still do it. Because technically we didn't know that at this point that father was cut off, or he cut off from his father.
Guy Clarendon.
That is correct.
I see. And what? Greed. Pure, not a sisterly thing to do at all. Guy Clarendon was straight from the upper crust. That is extraordinary sleuthing.
Under 400, under
I
120.
do believe you may have matched
better than
Mr. Sherlock Holmes' solution. A remarkable feat indeed.
An extremely difficult case, and your score is absolutely perfect. I'm quite sure we could not have done any better.
Oh, this is the same. All right. We did it. Nope. Didn't mean to do that. Shit. All right. This is a lot louder than I thought it was going to be. Yeah. So let me double check the achievements. I've got them all. 3 at the same time. 4 at the same time. No, 3 at the same time. Yeah. So this is it's the third game in the series. I think this one's a bit of a stretch. I think the other ones were more entertaining, and the other ones had better logic to them. What I didn't know was, yeah, wahoo, 100%, hell yeah. What I didn't know was there was a Kickstarter a while back to start remastering more of the relying on hypnosis. It's relying on the hypnosis, which is not how any of this works, as far as I'm aware of how hypnosis works. Like they gave so many different connections to it. There was the Institute, there was the Institute, there was the Magnetist, like, and you didn't let us talk to any of them. Like, it was still very fun. Yeah. It's just this, I think it's something to do with the age of the game. And we're so used to like better, what's it called? Like better logic and like features of a game like this would allow you to have. But I mean, the FMV, the whole point of it is it's FMV. Like it's hilarious. Like I was trying to find other FMV games on Steam, and a lot of them are just like dating sims, which I'm not playing through on this channel. And like there's some horror based ones, which I'm not opposed to, but they get weird. They get weird real fast. So it's hard to find good FMV games. And oh yeah, sorry, I was saying before, yeah, so there was a Kickstarter based on, I think, what's the company name that does this? Oops. Why is it so slow now? I thought it was a lot faster. Does it pick up speed? Looks like it picks up speed. Zojoy. So they did some Kickstarters to remaster more of these games, because there's 9 games total for the Sega CD, or if it's either for Sega CD or Windows 3. The Kickstarter failed and the crowdsourcing failed. It was not so much apparently they needed the money for it, as much as it was they wanted to raise awareness and visibility for the games. Which I think I mean, I found this by accident in a way. There's some other FMV games that I've seen that one's like on the Titanic. It's not quite FMV. It's like animated pictures of people, which I know is kind of, it sounds like I'm describing that, but it's like, it's weird. It's very, I don't know what it's like, but I'm just going to talk on the screen for a little bit. Go look through some FMV games on Steam. I'm probably going to take a little bit of a break, figure out some dinner stuff, and then maybe some Wheelman this evening. FMV games, because I mean, okay, maybe I'll put it to a chat vote, because I mean it's I'm not opposed to it. It's I have a couple other what later? I know I promised Wheelman or another FMV game from, yeah, I'll just say another FMV game. So I'll just yap a little bit for the next 5 minutes. Cause yeah, again, these games are like hit or miss. They're like either like the classic ones, the ones where it's like this, like this Sherlock Holmes, like these are great. Other ones are newer ones. It's like they're just dating sims, and why? Not doing Harvester, no, absolutely not. That's I've seen it. You can watch it at other places. The shape-shifting detective, like, okay, that's the other thing. Some of them I've played since then. It's the shape-shifting detective is not one of them, but it's based by the same developer. They did, I think it was called, not Conspiracies, Contradictions. And I was very disappointed with that game. It was you have to discover the mysteries of a like a small village. Like, it's a lot of talking, it's a lot of like interviews. Some, like, there's just too many red herrings for me to have enjoyed it. The one I do have, which it's been in my back pocket for the longest time, is called Mia and the Dragon Princess. It has Paul McGann in it, the Eighth Doctor, Doctor Who, and Mayanna Baring, who is from, well, The Witcher, but I also know her from Downton Abbey. She was she was the maid who was trying to entrap, god damn, I can't remember his name. But this one's like an action thing. It feels like you have to like quick time events. Apparently multi-optional storytelling with 10 different outcomes. More than likely that might be the FMV if we do stuff later. Action designed by Marcus Shakespeare, Wonder Woman, Guardians of the Galaxy, Game of Thrones. I mean, it looks neat, it looks funny, but it's like, again, FMV games are so hit or miss. I think the Shape-Shifting Detective was one of the ones I had my eye on. It's on sale for $3.50. I might as well. I know there was one game where you played as, it was an FMV game, but you played as a deaf protagonist, and you play through the game for the first time. The game's completely silent, and then when you play through it a second time, you get to hear the scene audio. So it's immersive in that way, but I don't remember what it was called. There's also what's it called? The Dead of Night, The Rise of Night. It's like a horror-based game. Oh, that's why I'm stuck in Wales Interactive. That's why. Not Harvester. Oh, I do have one, but I promised someone I'd stream it with them. I think, who's this by? It's a Spike Chunsoft FMV game. If that means anything to anyone, you know it's going to be a hell of a good time. But absolutely, I've waited. I've waited to. I have to wait. Space Ace, you know, whatever. Dragon's Lair, yeah. Double Switch is apparently the spiritual successor to Night Trap. Night Trap's hard. I think Double Switch is even harder than that. Contradiction Spot the Liar, that's what it was. I have some of the Tex Murphy games, but the controls are really difficult. Star Wars, no. The Infectious Madness of Dr. Decker. Now, that, I feel like someone's recommended that to me before. I do think I will be... Oh, your results. Wheelman, okay. We are going to Wheelman later tonight. Oh, there's Night Trap. Seventh Guest, yeah. The 11th Hour, that's the sequel to Seventh Guest. At least, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break. I'm going to figure out dinner. I'll be gone for a little bit, and then I'll come back. And we'll continue with some Wheelman, because I also got to find the disc. I think I know where it is. But yeah, it's been fun. I'm scrolling through this list. I'm like, every other one is some sort of dating sim thing. Why? Just want FMV games with terrible acting. Is that so hard to ask? Oh, Death Trap Dungeon. Oh, yeah. See, okay, wait. This is the one that Eddie Marsan. He's the narrator. He's just sitting in a chair dictating what's happening in this RPG game. Do we want to do this demo really quick? You know what? No, I'm just gonna buy it because this seemed really funny. Add to my cart. Yeah, view my cart. What's in my cart right now? Oh, yeah. Okay. Remove that. Payments. Good thing I'm not doing this on visibly on stream. All right. Yep. Install content. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to uninstall this. So now all that's left is Sherlock Holmes and the case of the banker's final debt. That's the last consulting detective that we have. Yeah. Yeah. Silk Song. I did raise more rosaries in Silk Song. I think I'm sitting about 3,000 rosaries, so I'm going to purchase the extra stuff, and then I think I'm just going to have to push the rest of whatever the other thing is. Act 2 stuff. I'm not trying not to say anything else without spoilers. Now, okay, so I own the game, so I feel better about that. I'm going to actually download the demo and play the demo, so it will hard cut us out of stuff, so we can come back to it and play it later. Because I wouldn't mind doing this as like a evening stream. Like, I'm still in the spirit of still reminiscing of streaming stuff. Like, I'm now finished school, working on job stuff, slowly but surely, which means my schedule has opened up quite a bit, which means I could still, I mean, the late night, very, very long, longer than I intended Silk Song streams are any indication of that. Let me change this to Death Trap Dungeon. Quick into the demo. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah. I'm gonna try and figure out more of a usual schedule to balance out this stuff and that stuff. I don't know. I mean, there's like right now I'm using streaming as a bit of a distraction for certain things going on, and I know I'm being very, very mysterious. It's a personal family matter that just waiting on sort of results of things, but yeah, it's just the waiting game, and this is a good distraction for me, so I'm gonna do that. But anyway, Death Trap Dungeon demo. Let's do that real quick. Yeah.
Despite its name, Fang was
an
ordinary
Shut up.
small town. It made a convenient stopover for river traders and passengers throughout most of the year. But all that...
I have to use a different capture method for this? Ah, hell, okay.
Before the creation
Give me a second.
of the Trial of Champions. Now, once a year, the river is crammed with boats as people arrive from hundreds of miles around, hoping to witness the breaking of an ancient tradition and see a victor in the Trial of Champions.
Okay. All right. Quit. Yes, and we're gonna start it up again.
Despite its name, Fang was an ordinary small town. It made a convenient stopover for river traders and passengers throughout most of the year. But all that was long ago, before the creation of the Trial of Champions. Now, once a year, the river is crammed with boats as people arrive from hundreds of miles around, hoping to witness the breaking of an ancient tradition and see a victor in the Trial of Champions.
Why can't I adjust subtitles? Are there no subtitles in the demo? Are we entering the dungeon, or we want to know more about these boats on the river? Tell me more about it.
Deep in the hillside, behind the town, lies a challenge created by a powerful baron of Fang called Succumbit. This year, you will attempt what has become known as the walk, attracted to it for the simple fact that nobody has ever yet emerged victorious. In the morning, you see Baron Succumbit himself, with 5 others standing proudly in line. There are 2 bare-chested barbarians dressed in furs, a sleek elven woman with golden hair and feline green eyes, a man covered head to foot in iron-plated armor, with a plumed helmet and a crested shield, and another cloaked in black robes with only his dark eyes showing between the swarths of his black face scars. You have in your possession a sword, a shield, and a backpack for carrying provisions for the trip. Now it is your turn to salute the crowd. Holding your violet scarf aloft, you take one final deep breath of cool, fresh air before turning to pass between the stone-pillared gateway into Succumbit's corridors of power to face unknown perils on the walk through the mighty Baron's death-trap dungeon.
Hell yeah. I feel like if this was, to watch this in the other context, it would be like a drinking game.
The clamour of the excited spectators gradually fades behind you as you venture deep into the gloom of the cavern. Large crystals hang from the tunnel roof at 20-meter intervals, radiating just enough soft light for you to see your way. As your eyes gradually become accustomed to the near darkness, you begin to see movement all around. In a small recess on the left-hand wall, you see a section of bamboo standing on its end. Lifting it down, you see it is filled with a clear liquid. Your throat is painfully dry, and you feel a little dizzy from the heat in the tunnel.
Why can't I turn subtitles on? That only available in the full game? We're drinking that liquid. We are chugging that mystery goop.
The water in the bamboo pipe is welcomely refreshing and adds 1 stamina point.
Hell yeah.
It also contains a magical solution.
Oh.
Which will enable you to be exposed to melting point temperatures without harm.
Hell yeah.
Discarding the bamboo, you start off north again, in good spirits. You find yourself dripping with sweat as the temperature continues to rise. As you struggle on, the heat intensifies until it becomes so unbearable that you feel yourself begin to pass out.
Whoa.
Although the temperature in the tunnel is higher than you could normally tolerate, the liquid from the bamboo pipe keeps you alive, and mercifully, after a few moments, the temperature drops rapidly and soon feels almost cool again. On the left-hand side of the tunnel is a closed door. It has a small iron plate in it, which looks like it might slide open.
Let's try to slide the iron plate. This might be a fun. You know what? I mean, I this has been on my list for a while. This might be a good dedicated stream of just, or maybe not even, maybe not a dedicated stream. Maybe this is like a game night, like over on the Discord. We just work together to see how well we can do. But I feel like I also want to record that as well. So maybe this will probably be something I open up to folks to have like a viewing party. Text-based adventure with the narrator. Pretty much, yeah. I think that's what it is, like with the minimal options.
The small plate slides open easily, and you find yourself peering into a room with a deep pit in the floor behind the door. On the opposite wall, there is a coil of rope hanging on one of 2 iron hooks.
Open the door, jump over the pit, and take the rope, obviously.
The door swings open into the room, and you step back and jump over the pit. You put the rope in your backpack and jump back over the pit to leave the room.
Hell yeah.
And head north.
I just need pitons.
Ahead, you see that the tunnel turns sharply to the left. You turn a corner and almost bump straight into 2 fierce-looking orcs, armed with morning stars and wearing leather armor. You are totally unprepared for them and struggle to ready your weapons. During your adventure, you'll enter into combat a number of times, and the further you go, the tougher your opponents will be. Combat takes place over several rounds, and your attack strength is based on yours and your enemy's skill scores. For each round of battle, we'll roll 2 dice for you and 2 for your opponent, adding the results to your skill scores. These are your respective attack strengths. Whoever's attack strength is the highest wins that round of combat. If you both had the same attack strength in a round, then it will be a tie. In some battles, you can take an opportunity to escape. But beware. If you do run away, your opponent will automatically score 1 hit on you as you flee, costing you 2 stamina points. So be sure you have enough. Such is the price of cowardice.
I'll be honest, I looked away for a second.
Using the new battle system, where the battle takes place over 3 rounds. Your sheer battle-hardened nature will mean you'll always win the battle after the 3 rounds, but every round you lose will cost you 2 stamina points. So be careful. Losing all your stamina will still be fatal. At the start of each round, you'll have a short time to decide to fight or to build up your stamina by eating your provisions or taking a potion, if you have one. The orcs roar. And as you draw your sword,
I think this would be better with
swings
subtitles.
Its morning star at you, which, thankfully, crashes into your shield, bouncing off harmlessly. The tunnel is too narrow for both of them to attack you at once, so you fight them, one at a time.
I've turned off auto attack, so attack the first orc. Let's do it.
The orc is strong.
Oh, fuck.
Slow.
Oh.
And you're able to strike hard with your sword. Your shield protects you from the orc's frenzied attack, while you're able to hack at its leg. You raise your sword to parry the attack, and are able to kick the orc hard in the stomach.
How long was this? Must he have, like,
the first orc?
How much recorded footage must this be?
So you turn your attention to the other. The orc is strong but slow, and you're able to strike hard with your sword.
Hey, we're just checking this out as like a quick little demo.
Your shield protects you from the orc's frenzied attack.
It's interesting.
While you're able to hack at its leg.
I think for now, though, for time's sake, I'm going to call it here. I'll be back in about a couple hours with some Vin Diesel's Wheelman. An absolute staple. Yeah, oh yeah, no, yeah, I know. It's just like, this is, I think I want to dedicate a full dedicated stream to it. I know if I get stuck in this, I'll get stuck in it. And it's moving slowly, and there's no subtitles in the demo. which I feel is an oversight. But yeah, Wheelman will be we'll be back with some Wheelman shortly once I sort out some dinner. I'm trying to think of what else there is to mention. Yeah, thanks, Lich. We'll be back shortly. I feel like there's something else. Yeah, it just I'm gonna try and come up with some stream schedule stuff. I don't know how much more of Silksong I have, but I'm gonna not rush through it, but I'll probably be streaming those in the evening. If I can help it, otherwise I'll just go all day. Okay, so it's midway through September now. So October, I'm gonna do the pumpkin patch lingo level for sure. I have to sort of poll to figure out which Resident Evil people want me to stream, because I have two of them on the docket. I have, let me just actually reach over here and grab it. Resident Evil Outbreak for PS2, which is supposed to sort of add a bit of a lead up to the new Resident Evil 9 coming out in February. I've also never played Resident Evil 7, so that's another one I could also do. I played 1 through 6 and then 8. I haven't really played any of the side ones because I don't really have them. There is a game I did pick up called Eyes of Hellfire. How's that possible? 7, it's got bugs in it, and I don't like bugs. I always watch the playthrough of 7. I like 1. I played through 1 on stream. Played through the remake of 2. Played the remake of 3. Played through 4 various times, the original and the remake. Nate and I are still going through 5. So, but technically, we've played through. But I played through that on my own like years ago. 6, Nate and I played through Leon's campaign, from which I hear it's the only one worthwhile. And then 8 was not only playing through it, speed running through it, but Greg and I had done a knife-only race through the entire thing, which was hosted by Crazy Potato Farmer and Plant Plants of the channel. So 9's the only one that I haven't played. Well, that's not out yet, but Outbreak I have. 7, I own a copy of 7 on Steam. Like Code Veronica, I don't know enough about that one. Apparently there's some stuff in there that's like not, it's very dated stuff in there. I mean, like, it's also the same reason why I'm skeptical about playing, which would be one great one I would love to play on the stream. It's oh my god, what's it called? Deadly Premonition. I think that would be a great, like, it would fit the, oh, that's the other thing. I have the I don't know if it fits the Halloween theme, but I forgot that I have the spiritual prequel, or like it's part of the same line of Illbleed. It's called Blue Demon or something. Illbleed Blue Demon. All I know is it has Hassie, the drink, in both. Blue Stinger. Blue Stinger is what it's called. Blue Stinger. It's just as weird as Illbleed is, but I don't think it's a horror game. Deadly Premonition is great when you... Yeah. It's like, I want to find weird, quirky horror games that aren't like always, like, we did Illbleed last year and it was great. Oh, I love Illbleed. It's so good. But it's, yeah, no. Yeah, Deadly Premonition is one of them. I don't think I had anything else planned. I think it was doing one or the other Resident Evil games. Oh, I've done 0. Resident Evil 0 was another one I did too. Forgot about that. It starts on a train. How could I forget? That one was such a nightmare. I'm just yapping at this point. Oh, I have Revelations and Revelations 2. I forgot about that. Reverse, I think they took down the servers for that. We did Choo Choo Charles. I have Gloomwood, but that's more like Thief. It's not really, I mean, it is spooky, but it's not like Halloween spooky. I have Shenmue 1 and 2. That's not Halloween, but I didn't know I had those. That's fun. I would have loved to do Fatal Frame a long time ago. I could also do Silent Hill stuff too. That's another one I could also try. I'm just trying to think of like IPs and series that I haven't got into that I think I could handle. Not technologically, but like competently. Just put my Fatal Frames copy out today. Nice. Hell yeah. I mean, Seventh Guess is just spooky puzzle games, and 11th Hour is just the sequel to that. And it's FMV, and it's great. I mean, we could do that. That absolutely could be on the docket. Or lesser known, cryostasis. Ooh, interesting. Okay, let me take a look at that. Sorry, this has turned into me yapping again. Cryostasis. I searched that in Steam, thinking it would show up. Hold on. Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, it's like Wheelman, where it's almost abandonware. Actually, I wonder if it is on abandonware. Abandonware. Yeah, it's available on abandonware. That looks neat. It reminds me of Time Splitters, actually. But I think it's just because that's the era it looks like it came from. I mean, Dead Island, it's too glitchy. Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I mean, I think I have enough games. Like, I don't want to. And this is where I've faltered in the past, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna go like beat a Resident Evil game in a week and then beat a second one, and I think I did that, but I definitely couldn't keep up with it. The schedule is just too much. But Fruity, why would I go through Amnesia again? And we already have your amazing playthrough of it somewhere. I would never. I've played through it before in the past. It was okay. It gave me motion sickness, which is really hard for me to do. Summer, so do you. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Amnesia, it's also really dark. It's a little hard to stream sometimes. I'm just kind of scrolling through my library right now of stuff. I did stream my copy of what was it called? It's Eternal Darkness. Yeah. That was fun. That was a while back though. That was early days, I think. Wasn't as much scary as annoying because you couldn't either see or anything. You got a lot of walking back. Yeah, it was a lot of dodging, a lot of hiding. That's why I'm not like so much a fan of games that you can't fight back. I get it though. I absolutely understand it. But like the single player Outlast games, I'm not a real fan of it because it's a lot of it's like relies heavily on jump scares, which I'm not a fan of. Like that's also why I'll never play Five Nights at Freddy's in any capacity. I think I tried to do it once and it was just it's too hectic for me. But I mean, the Outlast Trials, I love that. That's hilarious because it's like running, hiding, and like you can maneuver yourself out of danger if you need to, or you just pick up bottles and you throw them at people. Like it just works. It's fun. There's the Fear series. I've never really played that. I know Crazy Potato Farmer played through, I think, one or two. Let's see what else is here. It's hard to find good one. Like, oh, maybe I should just do a long play of Graveyard Keeper. That would be fun. Nice, chill daytime Halloween thing. I've never gotten too far in that because the beginning is very tedious. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about that. Oh, I'm on observation duty. Yeah, I picked up the 4-pack and I've only played, I think, 1 and 2. Oh, I could stream, which is unrelated to everything at all, is Omicron, the No Bad Soul. It has David Bowie in it. What else is in here? The horror game is trying to play it. Yeah, no, that's true. Like, the problem for me is a lot of the games I want to stream and share, there's a lot of reading and say writing, a lot of reading in it. And I definitely, I do not believe I have any reading challenges, but I definitely struggle sometimes, which I've noticed recently, and I'm minorly concerned about it. I'm blaming streamer brain on it, but like I'd love to go through the notary games, which I know is not really Halloween themed either, but everyone needs to experience those games. Like maybe I'd have to bring people on to do voices and like voice characters and stuff like that. Like maybe that's the way I have to do those games. Because I mean, also Ace Attorney, I have those and I want to go through those on stream. But it's like, yeah. Anyway, quirky Halloween themed games. I'll come up with a list of them. We'll try to figure out whether it's Resident Evil 7 or Resident Evil Outbreak that I play. It'll be at least one of them. And then I have what's that new one that I picked up? Eyes of Hellfire, which to me looks like a bit of like a Betrayal at House on Haunted Hill, but in video game format. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a break, figure out dinner, and we'll be back a bit shortly for some Wheelman. I'll have to figure out what part we're on because I'm gonna I'll have to put it in the title. I don't remember what that was, but Anywho, I'm gonna be bad, and I'm not going to go I'm not going to raid anyone because we're gonna sit right here. Nice hero emos. Yeah, I made that one. That was Yes Fruit. I made that one. Okay. Yep. So sit tight. I'll be back shortly, and yeah, go grab a snack, go stretch. I'm going to do that as well. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you fine folks in about an hour or two. And if I don't, thanks for stopping by, helping me celebrate 4 years doing this stuff. Watch me lose my mind yelling at Watson. And I'll see you when I see you.